Hello, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Tokyo Indie Fest. Right here, coming to you live from Akihabara, Japan. I can't believe it myself. How are you all doing tonight? I say tonight because I'm thinking of you, the viewers at home. Like here, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning. Just had breakfast, just had my first coffee of the day. So I'm just getting started. But for you guys, I think it's, Saturday night, around 6 p.m.-ish on the West Coast in the U.S.? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know what I'm blathering about. Anyway, we are here. We are going to be talking with some awesome game devs here at Tokyo Indie Fest. Again, just guerrilla style. You know, we've got some mics, we've got some cameras, and really the main focus, of course, is like these awesome games. I'm really excited about some of the interviews that we have today, starting, of course, with a game called Thumper, which is absolutely mind-blowing. I'm going to be talking with Mark really quick. In fact, he's ready right now, waiting for me to do the interview. I just wanted to do like a quick introduction to the day. I'm also very excited about, we're going to be talking with Ricky, a guy named Ricky, who recently made a Famicom game. Yes, a Famicom game, as in like the old 8-bit Japanese equivalent of the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's pretty incredible, and I can't wait to talk to him. He's just an amazing guy. But again, starting out today, we're going to be talking with Mark, who is making Thumper. Just an amazing game. I might as well just make my way over there. I wish you could follow me, but I'm just gonna come over this way, and we're gonna do our interview here. Let's see if we switch the camera. Oh, there we are. Okay. I feel like a creeper in the background. I can be one of those guys that like it just like hangs out in the back behind like the interview, like PAX. Anyway, here we are. Hey,
hello.
You're here.
Yeah.
Mark.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
I think this might be the cheesiest thing I've ever done on a live cast. Oh, my hair. And by the way, and Dan is here as well. And Dan, throughout the day, he's going to be helping to translate some of the interviews. This one probably won't need it so much.
Hope not.
I don't know. If you want, we could conduct the interview in Japanese. No? Okay. Yeah.
My body is ready.
You are? Okay, good. Dan's body is ready. So that means I'm ready. Anyway, Mark, tell me about your game, Thumper. Could you explain Thumper to me in about as simple as you could?
So Thumper is a game I've been working on for a long time with my partner, Brian Gibson. He lives in the States, I live in Korea, and so we've been working on this game like for 6 years, about.
6 years?
Yeah, it started as a side project, and it just kind of evolved into where it is now, where now I'm full-time on the game, and hopefully we'll be done with the game in another year or so.
Yeah, hopefully. Hey, why not go 8? Right. The game is looking incredible.
Thank you.
If you could like summarize it, just like the simplest way.
Yeah. So Thumper is a rhythm violence game. So it takes some of the core gameplay of games like Rock Band, Rhythm Heaven. There's a lot of similarities to other music games, but the feel of playing the game, we try to make it more like an action game or a racing game. So it's inspired by a lot of games like Mario Kart, or like the platinum games like Bayonetta or something like that, in terms of like really awesome feedback.
Yeah. That's, I think, one of the best things about like you said, Bayonetta. Like, it just feels so good when you hit an enemy. It's something about that feedback that you get. For me, like the overall, it's just like the visual style of the game is absolutely like mind-blowing.
Thanks.
How is the workload divided among you and your partner on that? Is that?
So I do all the programming, and it's a custom engine. That's part of the reason it's taken 6 years for us to get to this point. And we both collaborate on the game design, and then Brian, my partner, he does all the art and the music. He's like a really great musician, and it's a really cool artistic vision for the game. So it's just been like a good collaboration over many years to like kind of develop that visual style.
Yeah. That's, and it really shows too, because like, again, the visual style. Also, I'm not really sure if you guys can hear it at home, but we have the audio running from the menu screen on the game. I'm trying to take my time to get around to showing the game, maybe like build anticipation. But honestly, why don't we just take a look at the game?
Sounds good.
If you don't mind showing it to me, that'd be great.
Yeah, great.
Okay. And here's why Dan is here. He is going to be our official mic holder for the day. And there you got the mic.
Thanks, Daniel. All right, so this is our latest demo that we're showing here at the Tokyo Indie Fest, and
look at that.
So you can see you're a space beetle, and you're sort of just cruising along this highway.
Yeah.
So this is like the first mechanic, which is a simple beat match. So as these little tiles come down, I just tap the A button.
Wow.
So you play, Rock Band, Guitar Hero, you see this kind of thing, but we're just trying to like up the physical, violent feeling of this kind of gameplay.
I told you earlier today, I just can't wait to just take as many drugs as I can and just freak out to like this game.
Yeah, man.
It's
good.
Unbelievable, the visual style of the game. Oh, okay, now what was that?
So this is like the second mechanic you learned in the demo, which is like a slide. It's an anticipation move where you have to push a direction and hold the A button. If you're using an Xbox controller, hold the A button to slide before you hit the turn. So it's kind of like an anticipation move.
Okay. For some reason.
So this demo is kind of just like slow pace, where we're trying to build the atmosphere of the game while people are having enough time to practice the basic mechanics.
Yeah, and like get a grip on like the sheer like visual, mindfuck of the graphics. Like, I can't get over that. Wow.
So these things coming up here, these are like checkpoints.
Okay.
So it's kind of like there's periods of the game which are sort of these straightforward linear sections where you're just trying to make it through, do things perfectly if you can, but also just survive. As you can see here, I'll mess up this turn up here.
Okay.
It'll be on purpose.
Okay. I like that. You're like, don't worry, I'm messing up on purpose.
Right, so there I just took some damage, and my little dude, he lost his shell. So now I'm vulnerable. If I were to take another hit, I would die.
Okay.
And then at the checkpoint here, I have a chance to get my shell back if I can hit this. So now I'm back to full strength.
Wow.
So then this section here is going to be like a looping section where it's sort of like a mini boss, where this ominous thing comes at you, and it's now going to throw different patterns at me. I have to do them perfectly to like damage the boss.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
It is just stunning.
So here, if I mess up, I miss that. I have to keep doing it until. So this is just a very simple like kind of tutorial.
Okay.
So we try to make the tutorial feel like the game, not be so explicit.
Sure. Which does seem like, just very, simple sort of, mechanics so far.
Yeah.
And I just can't get over like the effects of doing these, these simple actions. Like when you hit that, the boss, just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I cannot get over that.
So here I have to hold. This is like these are obstacles that need to be. You have to slide through them, so you just have to hold the button before.
Okay.
Yep.
The red sun going into the tessellated, just Eye of Sauron or something here. Like. Wow.
So now we just start throwing the different mechanics together.
This is not really, I can't really like hear the music or anything in the game, but it's not really, it's not like, matched to any kind of music right now. It's just more.
It is. I think it's just hard for us to hear it on these speakers.
Oh, okay.
So, it's subtle rhythms, and then like a kind of, there's like an ominous drone behind, so it's kind of like an electronic music, but it sounds very kind of orchestral.
Okay.
It's maybe inspired by like Bela Bartok, like 2001 soundtrack, like that kind of, we're going for that kind of like cosmic horror vibe.
That's what I was gonna say. The 2001, the title screen music, that organ kind of.
Oh right.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Now, what is this? Oh. I love that, and that sound effect definitely very reminiscent of like a beat 'em up kind of I'm sorry, you called him what? Crack. Okay.
Crack.
It's
That
like-
game has
You got to get that crack. Yeah. I love that. Yeah.
But the idea is that there's going to be this kind of way for experts to achieve higher scores in this sort of pro way to do certain moves that are messed up. But
Okay.
it's a subtle thing that beginners don't understand.
Sure.
So if you just kind of want to experience the game as sort of like a casual tourist of the game, you don't have to worry about it.
Sure.
You have more high-end gameplay as well.
True. So it's like getting through an area is one thing, but then getting through it and getting all the crack you can.
Right.
That's a whole nother goal to shoot for. Wow. I really wish I could just think about anything to talk about but the visual style of the game. It's just, I can see like what you're saying, like this being a custom engine, because this is unlike anything I've ever seen in a game.
Yeah, it's just kind of become a best of all the experiments we've done over all these years. Like it started out as a really like the engine really started from scratch. So it was like a wireframe prototype. It looked like a weird 80s arcade game for like a long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So with a game like this, I think a question that a lot of people would have like immediately would be, do you have any plans, or is it possible to sort of like use your own custom music to play the game to, or?
Well, maybe at some point. So if you play the game and if you can hear the audio well, like it's pretty clear that like the visuals and the audio are really like tightly interwoven.
Yeah.
Trying to make one really coherent experience. Where,
Yeah.
I think after you play the game, a lot of people have that question, but after playing it, they kind of understand why we're not doing that.
Yeah.
But maybe, who knows? Like if we make the first version of the game, then maybe we'll try to do something cool with user-generated like content or music.
Sure.
That could be really cool.
Yeah, and I can totally see what you're talking about. Where that's why, like at first, I didn't think it was even matched to any music at all. It seems to be more like.
Listen to your favorite Limp Bizkit song.
Maybe if you had enough crack, you might want to play this game to some Limp Bizkit, but wow. And I've noticed that this thing in the that you're heading toward is like it's like gaining tendrils.
Yeah, that's sort of the first boss of the demo here. Yeah.
Okay. So it's kind of like that lead up to it, and so I mean, like you said, like obviously you're a space beetle.
Yeah.
But I mean, have you really? Is there any kind of like story beyond that that's kind of game?
So I don't know that we'll have an explicit narrative. Is there something cool about just being thrown into this weird world where you're a bug, and I'm gonna accept this challenge here, and so it's kind of cool just being like dropped into this weird world, and you're kind of forced to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And then there is this enemy who's going to approach now, and he's probably going to be a recurring enemy in the game. He's called Crackhead. And
I'm sorry. His name is what?
Crackhead.
Crackhead.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I'm starting to figure out how this game was developed. What yeah.
So the idea behind him is that, well, there are ideas behind him. Like we've kind of been we have certain things that we're going to try to communicate to the player, certain themes. And it's a total spoiler to talk about them now, but will probably be done, without words, without an explicit story.
Okay.
But yeah.
Crackhead is freaking me out right now. I want you to know that. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Forget what I said about like taking as many drugs as I can and then playing the game. Yeah, no, this would be too much. Wow. Oh, just gorgeous. And I get what you're saying. Like, if you tried to wrap like too much of like a story around this, I think it's definitely a much better experience as like the just sort of abstract. You sort of like bring your own story to it, kind of thing.
Yeah, this is the end of our intro to the game here.
You're a crackhead.
Yeah, very polished end of the demo.
Yeah, it's like. So is that like? Did you fail? Did you win?
I won.
Oh, you won. Okay, I'm just wondering if the game calling you a crackhead is like. Should I feel good about that, or like should I feel bad? Or there you go. Wow, that is just. The game looks like phenomenal.
Thank you.
Do you know, in terms of like you said, you've been working on it for like over 6 years now?
Yeah.
In terms of like platform releases, what are you shooting for there?
So we wanted to be on the PC and console first. We're figuring out exactly like what platforms and when. It'll be 2016. I'd like to say early 2016, but I'm not sure yet. So
Sure.
We don't have a release date yet. Yeah.
Like I always say, take your time. Like I'd rather you not rush the game and try and get it out sooner than it needs to be. But wow, the crack! I can't get over how like the items that you collect are. You're trying to get all the crack you can, so that then you can take on Crackhead.
Yeah. Why not?
It's wonderful. Well, Mark, thank you so very much for joining me.
Yeah, thanks. Cool
Is there anything that like you want to make sure that people out there know about Thumper or?
No. I mean, we got our Twitter feed on the title card I see there. So
Yep.
follow us on Twitter, and we hope to bring the game to a lot more fests, including one's in Japan and one in the States and Europe. So
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I hope to see it again and hopefully get a chance to play it at some point. What was I going to ask? Oh yes, your development company named Drool.
Drool.
Can I just ask really quick, where did that come from?
Slime was taken already, so.
So Slime
is a really good name. Drool's a pretty good name, I think.
It's good. It is good.
Thank you.
So that can I just ask then? So Slime is what you really wish you could have like called your company, but didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Personally, but Drool's grown on me, so.
You're an interesting guy, Mark. Like, that's all I can say. Yeah. Thank you so very much for joining me, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Thanks.
And I'll probably see you while I'm wandering around here again, and have a great time while here in Japan, and I'll see you at an upcoming event.
Sounds good.
So, all right, man.
All right, thank you, man.
Have a good one. Yeah. Dan, thank you so much for holding the mic. Yeah, it's good to have you here, and we'll certainly be seeing more of you on the cast today. Definitely for the Japanese devs. So we're going to prepare for our next segment. It might be me wandering around just talking to people, still setting up for the day, or we might have another interview slated. But stick around. There is still a lot more here to come from Tokyo Indie Fest Day 2, live from Akihabara, Japan. Stick around.
Turn all your sorrows into gold. Ignite the fire in your soul. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. And we'll dance in a sea of rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. And we'll dance in a sea of rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. 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 You will rise to victory.
Those days when things were new. Those days when I had you. Oh, take my hand and remind me what we used to believe and dream to be. Oh, take my hand now and find it. We are the dream. When I used to climb in your window, and things used to be so simple. Those days when things were new. Those days when I had you. Oh, take my hand and remind me what we used to believe and dream to be. Oh, take my hand now and find it. We are the dream. We are the dream.
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. If I'm slittling and your life's escaping your mind, keep in mind, well, yeah, ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? Well, the lining isn't silver. We're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. The edge of us getting weighed. Read about your life in your local papers. Realize the end of us is getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusions flowing backwards through the river of color, while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shade and blend the universe together in time. It only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision? And I don't wanna have to give a damn about you or your inhibitions. And after all, you're the one who told me love was not for everybody. However, I'm starting to see this world in the right light, yet it still gets darker. You see, it's just a simple symphony or a painting, whatever.
What's that? Yes. Hey, welcome back to Tokyo Indie Fest 2015. It's actually the first Tokyo Indie Fest ever, and I am joined by the gentleman with Hale Studios.
Correct.
Yes, Mark and Adolf. How are you doing today, guys?
We're doing amazing, man.
Awesome.
How are you doing?
You look amazing. You look good.
Thank you very much.
You look cut. Do you work out?
I work out with my machine guns and carrying all the gear.
Badass. Nice, yes. Adolf, how are you doing? If you could hold the mic to him.
Yeah, sure.
How you doing?
We're great.
Good, good.
Yeah.
It's great to have you guys here. So, Tokyo Indie Fest, Hale Studios, and we're here. You're going to be talking about your game Clockwork Damage. But first, tell me a little bit about like your studio. Like, how did you come to be?
Sure, man. I think it's a great story. You know, hopefully we'll be talking about this from success one day.
Yeah.
We basically were three of us wanting to do some new games. We've been old gamers. We didn't have sometimes the time we wanted to dedicate time today, and we saw mobile didn't really, offer that variety of games, of good quality games. So we're thinking of, how can we contribute to that? How we can make that difference? And we got together. Soon as after starting that, we realized that it takes so much more time and resources and people and talent and you name it to make that happen, right? And try and make a really good quality game is really, really demanding. So we started growing, and basically for the first 1 year or 1.5 years, we dedicated ourselves to look for the best talent. It didn't matter where it was. So essentially, during 1.5 years, we've grown to 10 people in 5 different countries. In 7 countries, 5 different time zones.
Wow.
So I'm kind of generally know every time zone in the world.
Yeah, that's
from
gonna
now
be
on.
like
Don't
a
test me though.
logistical like nightmare, like trying to figure out like time zones and like who's awake at what hour, for like meetings.
God bless video conference and internet as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is amazing. 7 different countries and a team of 10 people. You said
10 people now, yes.
Wow.
We have from every game designer to the 3D sound art. We have our own sound and artist and composer. So everything in the soundtrack, I think you guys can probably hear it right now.
I know. I
Is
know we can hear
originally
it.
composed for Clockwork Damage.
Really? Cool.
So yeah, it's really, really cool. Sometimes we even put the music as a background because it's good, working music as well.
Video game music is pretty much what I listen to, almost predominantly, like all the time. So I know what
It
you
is
mean.
really good, right?
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
mean,
I can hear it right now. Like got the nice orchestral swells and everything.
Yeah, and like that transmits as well. Like for example, the logo is something that you don't want to dedicate too much time, but we kind of very happy on how it turned out. One of the things we want to do is, as we're saying, kind of reinvent that video game, at least in the mobile platform. We also aim for other platforms in the future. So you can see if you look for a logo like Hale Studios, you see Hale can have these retro letters, a retro font, like very Sega old style. But then you have this ice cube, which is kind of melting and rounded edges, which tries to get that retro good feeling or the good quality and core gaming kind of spirit from the old,
Sure, yeah.
and bring it to the new platforms
Sure.
nowadays.
Kind of the mix of the old with the modern technology, benefits of like the modern day of gaming. Awesome. Well, so and your game again is called Clockwork Damage. Before we dive into actual gameplay, can you give me like just a real quick summary of like what kind of a game is it like?
Yeah. So Clockwork Damage is essentially a mobile action RPG. It's dual stick, top down, based in a steampunk era, a world called Victorium. So I really like how our game designer talks about it. He says we're not building a game, we're really building a world, and that world is going to expand if Clockwork Damage is successful. And so I really hope you guys like it and contribute to that world to become a reality.
Yeah.
So essentially, the main character wakes up. He doesn't know where he comes from, who he is. He has no clue what he's doing there, but he's in the middle of this laboratory, and he realizes that he's half a human, half a robot, half a machine, right? And he realizes that they've been experimenting on him. So he has to figure his way out and understand who he is, fight all these people that are attacking him. He doesn't know why, and learn throughout the game how that goes.
That would be such a bummer to wake up and you're like, oh man, I got like a cybernetic arm and a Gatling gun.
Well, I mean, if I woke up with that Gatling gun on my right arm, it wouldn't be the worst of the days. I woke up worse.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
I had hangover days, and much worse than that.
Absolutely true. That's you got to look at the silver lining in the situation.
Right.
But honestly, we should probably just dive right into it already. We've talked about it enough. The viewers are always clamoring for the gameplay, and I think I really take some joy in just like stretching out like just how the anticipation that I can build for actual gameplay. But why don't we take a look?
Let's dive in.
There we are.
Adolf will be our main player here.
Okay.
We're going to be playing this through the NVIDIA Shield.
Okay.
Right? So this game is made for iOS and Android. So we have adapted it to be played with the controller. Here.
Okay.
So we're going to play right now with the controller.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that setup. The NVIDIA Shield tablet and with the NVIDIA Shield controller. It's a great little setup they have. I actually have one of those myself. So
Yeah.
but,
So yeah, dive in. We'll be as we will be releasing for mobile, as we were saying, as Adolfo was saying, will be for iPhone and an iPad, also Android phone, Android tablets like Nvidia with gamepads as well. We actually tested it with the Xperia and the PS3 controller, the native one, and it works well, very good as well.
Cool.
And we'll probably be limiting it from iPhone 4S up. So hopefully you guys, it covers most of you guys out there to be able to play Clockwork Damage.
yeah. And here we go. So now, is that the main character right there?
That's the main character. This is the loading screen. He has a cup of tea. While
I
he's
love
away.
the tea drinking.
Kind of very aligned with that steampunk Victorian English era.
Yeah. There
So we just getting out of the hell. The kind of character fell into this lava kind of arena, and where you have to get out, and we just get out of there. And now there's these swarms of enemies coming for you, and I was gonna try and survive. Although to be honest, this is one of the most complicated moments in the game.
Really?
You really have to take advantage of all the workshop and upgrades for the weapons to survive.
Wow. And so this is the very beginning of the game?
No, this is halfway through the, the second level, the
Okay.
foundry.
I was gonna say because like you just drop you right down in the middle of like the most complicated part of the game. It's like,
Now, at
okay.
the beginning, we'll be explaining that part of waking up in the laboratory. One thing we haven't really mentioned yet is the how important is the comic or the storytelling in Clockwork.
Yes. I
So
remember-
essentially, we will be telling all the story by comic. We'll be narrating that story, and the player will understand and learn the story of the main character through that comic style, which is a webtoon, vertical, very optimized for mobile.
Yeah.
We think that will really resonate with the kind of gamer we're aiming or targeting with Clockwork.
I really, when I talked to you guys the other day, that was I thought was probably the coolest aspect of the game, where the game looks very fun as well, but there's also the aspect of like you're kind of like making your own story depending on the choices that you make, and the result that you see is this awesome comic, like you said, that kind of is customized to how you choose to play the game.
Yeah, and one of the other things is, what is really role PG, right? RPG, role-playing game, and it's about personalization, about really getting yourself into the game and feeling that experience that you have an input in how the story evolves. So we try to take that into the next level together with the comic. So essentially, every now and then, some parts of the comic you will have to take some decisions, like for example, whether to kill a boss or talk to him and try to talk him down, or actually escape. And those decisions will actually have an impact on the story. So you will be unlocking unique parts of the comic depending on what decisions you take. And that means, obviously, if you have some friends playing with you, you probably see different parts of the game or seeing it evolving in different ways. Which takes us to the kind of the other part that I'm really proud of is, when you finish the game, man, what do you always see when you finish a game?
Well, credits, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you care a little bit about credits, but do you guys care? I don't care too much about credits. I mean, I'm just not too fond of them. Are you fond of credits?
I am, but I'm a programmer. So yeah.
See, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are people out there who do care about who makes the game, but like, I would say that you're probably right. Like, a very large percentage of people who play the games, they just don't give a shit about like who actually made the game, and so yes, they'll just skip right past the credits.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd really like to understand who was the studio behind it, whether it was indie or not, whether they did any partnerships at all or not.
Right.
I just when I'm playing,
Yeah.
that's not where I'm there for.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not doing my research on Wikipedia when I'm playing the game. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
changed that in Clockwork, and when you finish, we changed that experience to be to kind of open that comic that you've built throughout the gameplay, and you can see and browse through all of the decisions you've taken, how the story has been evolving as you have been playing it.
Yeah.
And you can even order the comic, so we can actually print a hard copy of that comic and send it to you home.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing that you said.
I mean, have you ever heard about this before? We think it's unique.
No, it's totally awesome. Like the ability, like again, the focus on making that comic, and then not only being able to read the final product at the end of the game, but then like you said, the option to then actually get like a hard printed copy of that comic sent to you that's really cool.
Yeah. we're kind of ignoring Adolf here, but he's been changing through a range of weapons. We've seen the lightning, which kind of goes through different enemies. We've seen a purple laser that actually has the effect of slowing down enemies. Now we're one of the most powerful Gatling guns, and he kind of needs that to survive this part of the environment because he's heading towards the boss. We can see that yellow bar on top is telling him that there's a boss with a lot of life nearby, and he has to go attack him.
Okay. And I was going to ask, like, controls.
Yeah, see, this is the workshop, and you can be changing the weapons or even the armor that has obviously different stats and different effects. You can change the engine behind, which is what keeps him going. We'll see that. And you can see different engines. This is one of my favorite customizations. You can equip different engines, of course. I think you're preparing for the big battle.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna make myself, look nice first with this really nice hat.
Whoa.
That's my favorite hat.
I was going to say, that's probably the most steampunk hat I've ever seen.
Yeah, you know what we're still trying for the clock in the cat to move while you wear it,
Yeah.
but we still have to, we keep forgetting this is a mobile game, you know what I mean? So we're developing what we call, and we're kind of happily to name it that way, Triple M, which is like the AAA for mobile.
Oh, yeah,
So we're
yeah.
kind of aiming for that, and then I think we're doing all right. What do you think?
Yeah, no, the game looks great, honestly. And in terms of, like, controls-wise, now you said it was, like, you're using the analog sticks on the controls, basically?
Yeah, so it's in mobile, and that's, I guess, how most people will play it. We'll have dual stick. The left joystick is just a moving direction, and the right stick will be the shooting direction.
Okay.
You can decide whether to auto-aim, if you want to make it a bit easier, or actually to use fully the joystick functionality to decide where to shoot.
Okay.
Yeah, and then obviously there's the dashing, which I think we could see a little bit of that in the game as well.
Yeah.
And you could, that's kind of a swipe on top of the right joystick or the trigger in the gamepad.
Oh,
and that
okay.
is very useful to escape from enemies.
Gotcha.
We are now seeing one of the most interesting customization parts of the game, which is this punch card system. Kind of old-style programming where you kind of had to make those holes in those punch cards.
Oh, okay.
So we as you play, you kind of collecting these patterns, which give you different functionality, like more attack and so on. You can choose the different types of attack. For example, now Adolfo is using explosive, and now kinetic, and he's adding those patterns to that punch card. Obviously, it's limited by how big the punch card is.
Yeah.
The bigger it is, the more it costs. And once he finishes it, he can kind of forge that into the weapon of choice, which is the Gatling gun in this case. And you have until 3 slots of trying to improve that weapon.
I like that. I like how it's almost kind of like a Tetris style,
Yeah.
like mini game. To improve the power of your weapon. That's very cool.
Yeah.
And so-
Adolf, show us how you forge that into the weapon.
You just continue. Oh, baby.
He's a fan of personalizing it.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing. Is like something like this, I would just probably spend way too much time poring over.
Yeah.
I would try to fit in like every little.
Because depending on how you can overlap them, right? So you have to really play around it to maximize that card and put the maximum amount of power.
Yeah, it also reminded me of like Diablo, like trying to fit all of your items in your bag.
Right?
It was like, yeah.
We actually been really inspired about the Diablo. Like, how much time have you spent on the kind of inventory and trying to maximize the cube where you had those extra
Exactly,
squares
yeah.
and things like that?
Yep.
We can see the weapon now is shooting like absolutely crazy, like 3-way shooting. And we can see one of the abilities there. He just dropped a magnetic mine. You can see the enemies not being able to escape from the magnetic field.
Nice.
They're all dead now.
Wow.
Maybe, Adol, can you show us the telekinesis as well? That's another ability. There you go. They start flying around you. And as you evolve it, you can throw some of those enemies away so that you just basically get killed, obviously.
Wow.
The skills are also meant to affect the environment and even the projectiles. So the magnetic mine, for example, attracts everything metal, including projectiles, enemy, and your own.
Wow.
So you need to also be careful where you.
That's actually really true. Like, thanks for pointing that out. When you drop the magnetic mine, if you shoot nearby, the bullets will actually start curving.
I saw it there. Yeah, so that's like a whole other little like bit of strategy that you can go for, like kind of curve your bullets to hit enemies. That's very cool.
Yeah, we see the dash in action there, like Adolf is clearing the environment. And I think it's really important to see how much detail the environment has. We can see not only you're seeing where you're playing, but also the other parts of the environment. And here we have the comic.
The comic that, yes, we were talking about before. Bzzzt. I love it.
So you can see it's a webtoon mode of the comic where you can just scroll down. Adolf, I think you should scroll down fast enough so that people don't see the text. You don't spoil them, right? Because this is halfway through the game. This is one of the bosses. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Late spoiler alert. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. People are gonna go back and they're gonna watch it and like, oh man.
Yeah, we didn't think of that. We
been
should have
revealed.
put like Lord Pilsum in every bubble, speech bubble, right? And you can see now he obviously comes back to the game after that story, and there we have one of the most deadliest bosses in the game. That's Dogan, which is an extremely polite assassin. Because he's essentially a robot that was programmed for a butler, just he went absolutely crazy, and now he's a murderer as well.
Yeah.
Because he's trapped there by the mine for a moment.
No, that was very cool that you trapped him near the mine, but then I saw the bullets curving in toward him. So it's like it's easier to hit him with that mine, with the magnetic mine next to him. That's very cool.
Yeah. So he actually detaches halfway through the body, right? And he throws that upper part of the body with like swirling swords towards you. And we can't see here, right? But there's some text in some part of the comic as well where he kind of asks for forgiveness every time he hurts you. As in, oh, are you alright? Do you want a biscuit or something?
Yeah.
It's kind of really funny.
I like. There's a very like British vibe from like the game I'm getting with the tea drinking and asking if you want a biscuit.
There certainly is a British vibe. We are working on not only localizing but also culturalizing it to other countries. So in Japan, we're open to feedback. There you go, Adolf. Good job on that. We might have sake or something. We have to adapt that to a green tea instead of a black tea or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Awesome.
be working on that as we bring it to Japan and other markets as well.
Very cool. And there's more
Oh,
comic.
here's another part of the comic. I believe this is one where we have a decision. Is that right, Adolf?
So,
I'm
so Adel,
going to get to the decision first.
So here we have the decision model where you can either surrender or keep shooting. Are you going to surrender, Adolf? I would be very disappointed.
Oh my!
There you go.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Decide.
If the choice is up to me, you never surrender. You gotta shoot.
Oh shit, Adolf.
So we gotta shoot. But I love that aspect. It's like.
There you go. So this is, for example, that part of the comic you wouldn't see if you selected the other part.
Yeah.
Right? And you'll go back to the game and continue that decision that you've taken.
It reminds me growing up reading choose your own adventure books.
Yes.
Except in this one, you can't really, because I remember I would go to the page and I would see that it was the end, and then I'd say like,
go
oh, well,
back.
screw that. Yeah. So in this one, it's like you got to like replay the game and go back through again.
So we think that's really fun as well for the replayability of the game.
Absolutely.
And coming back, it's just a completely different path and see how that works out.
Yeah.
Collecting those comics, we all like collecting it, don't we?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and we have tons of influence, right? I think the adventure book is one of them. The Diablo is a big influence. You can see in the aesthetics and in the inventory and how much time you want to spend there to keep improving and taking most advantage of out of the game. We also have some about Borderlands and Torchlight we've heard as well. We try to put everything we like in the box, right? And hopefully the box will not explode.
Yeah.
Oh, one of these good cinematics. Really, really fun of the cinematics in the game as well.
Which again, it's again for like a mobile game, like this is a very good-looking game.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Coming from you.
Hey, just call it like I see it.
Yeah, look at those environments. They're breathtaking, and there's some parts of the cinematics where it just kind of dives the camera through those environments. Our 3D environmental artist, Patrick Klein from Canada, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Is brilliant work on that, as the rest of the team, don't get me wrong.
It's pretty cool, and it's you can definitely tell, like you said, your approach to the game. With the mobile game market, there's a lot of focus on just like very sort of like shallow gameplay, like games that are designed to just sort of like take, just to fill like 5-10 minutes that you have extra. I admire that like your approach is really like you're trying to just make as deep and fulfilling experience on like a mobile game as you can. So and it definitely comes through in the game. So.
Yeah, I always ask the people I'm going to present the game to, do you know the game Pong? I mean, you surely do, right? Remember the Pong from Akira?
I'm offended, yeah. Of course, yeah. No,
no,
I know.
That's why I ask normal people. I'm not asking you, that's for sure.
Pong, of course, yeah.
And you know how, like, here's a trickier question, though. How many years ago was that?
Oh, my God. Wasn't that, I know this is the 70s. It was like 77? I don't know.
Really good job. I mean, I didn't expect less, man. It's 44 years ago.
Oh, really? Wow.
And since then, obviously, that was a massive hit. One of the, not the first video game, but probably one of the first massive hits in video games. And that has evolved to the games we know today as, World of Warcraft, Diablo, and you name it. And the reason why that has evolved is twofold, right? On the one side, platforms allow for that video game to develop, even graphics, the story, and so on. But also the gamers have been asking for it, because if the gamers, still wanted to play Arkanoid and Pong, that's what we have today, right? Just very good graphic Arkanoid and Pong versions.
Yeah.
And we always compare it to what we have in mobile today. And or maybe 2 years ago when we started the Angry Birds kind of game, right? Is that so different to Pong? Actually, the bird doesn't even go back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So we're in 1970 mobile calendar, as we call it, and we think the platforms and the gamers are ready for that evolution, and we want to contribute to that evolution.
Absolutely. Which I know, just because, like you say, it's like on your mobile device, doesn't mean that you can't shoot for, something a little bit deeper, a little bit more meaningful experience with the game you play. So,
Adolf, do you want to show us how you control the abilities, just so the guys see a little bit of a sneak peek on that as well? Because we were talking about the mind and the mental ability, but if you go if you go to the workshop, you'll see how that evolves, and you can get these mini skill points, and you have to take these choices, kind of similar to Diablo, where you have to sacrifice one ability to improve another one.
Oh, yeah.
One of those other replayability things.
Okay, yeah.
You'll see that those branches where if you decide to choose the upper ability or that one, you kind of give up the other one, right?
Okay, yeah.
And one of the top mines actually kind of throws these spikes and vapor, which is super cool animation. And we can see that essentially the mechanical ability on the top and the telekinetic or psychic abilities on the
cool.
bottom.
Yeah, they have kind of like the talent tree or the yeah. That's exactly what it is.
There you go. That's the animation. I love that animation.
Oh, nice.
And even if they actually escape the mine, they're still going to be damaged by that kind of virus.
Yeah.
And they still, you see that actually drops that poison or that acid afterwards that still damages even after the mine has exploded.
No, is that? And I saw again like the magnetic effect on the bullets there.
So we have for the telekinesis, right? Well, we can also drag enemies around, right? Only the NVIDIA controller is pretty recent, right? So we haven't implemented that part yet, but for the tablet, once you get telekinesis, right, you get the enemies and you can just drag them around the screen and throw them away and do whatever you want with them, basically.
Wow, that's awesome. Just kind of like directly.
We actually went with the idea of it's not just enough to kill the enemies, you have to have fun killing them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
you have to like make them feel foolish, tear them down like mentally, and then utterly destroy them. Like
Completely. You want to mess around with them. They're messing around with you, right?
Yeah,
So you better mess around with them. There's also, like, of course, like as any good game that prides himself, we have a little bit of Easter eggs here and there. So some hidden gems in the game that you'll have to explore by maybe interacting with the consoles or jumping and fly, kind of dashing away from the environment to some places. And we hope you guys discover it as well.
very cool. And there he goes.
We can see here some of the environment what we're talking about. Like, if Adolfo, maybe you try to go to one of the corners where you can see the environment outside of the gameplay. If you can survive that, of course.
And you can.
we're actually getting to a pretty cool place for the environment, so just let me get there and we can see that.
Yeah, we can see those kind of lava holes as well. We're in the foundry environment here. Again, as kind of beneath the ground, where all this whole world is created. But as we progress and as you progress out of the game, and if you survive, of course, you can get out to the city level, which is on the overground. And we're also planning a whole Zeppelin level. Maybe you've seen in some of the cinematics there was a bit of a Zeppelin flying around and dropping enemies. So kind of the last level we're planning. Not sure it'll be in the first release or not, but the last level we're planning, it's in that flying Zeppelin.
Sweet, which is incredibly steampunk as well. Like
Yeah,
it's
right.
like I could see the world is like just absolutely. Oh wow! Now who's this?
Whoa, this is one of the first bosses. It's quite hard to if you don't upgrade your arms of your weapons, of course. But I also just got a very kick-ass weapon, which drops bombs essentially. So yeah,
destroyed
you
him,
didn't really struggle with that, did you?
Yeah. We got the upgraded weapons for the last boss, so this is just piece of cake.
You died.
The really hard thing here is the dash ability can take you to death very easily, right? So you need to be careful where you do that.
Is that what you're selling us? That you died on purpose? Is
Right,
that-
exactly. That's the cover. It's like, so I was showing you, of course, how the dash ability can also be a liability. There's
There
that
you go.
magnet. Oh, see now he wasn't messing around with that magnet.
Well, that's the shotgun weapon. Very, very powerful at short range. He had to dash away to get out away from that mine, as you can see.
So it even affects your own character, which is I
who's
do
halfway,
like that.
half metal anyway. So
I always like that where systems in the game affect more than just the enemies. Like, they can also be, if you misuse them, like you can also screw yourself up. So you have to be careful with how you strategize with the items you use.
Yeah, I mean, we want to keep it real, right? And I think attention to detail is something the gamer is expecting from our triple M games, if you know what I mean. And I think the Japanese market is also one that is extremely demanding in detail, and we like that because that pushes us to our edge as well. So we try to, really make everything coherent, make everything not just a game as in very, very casual gaming, but rather a world that you know how it works, that you can kind of fantasize on how it evolves, fantasize what could happen, and even ask us. We're actually really open. We try to share as we develop the game. Actually, some of our first videos are some of those enemies in purple and gray textures, squarey, because we didn't have the textures yet.
Yeah.
And we welcome a lot of any comment from anyone and say, oh, I like to see this kind of weapon or this kind of story or this, that. Really, joining our social network, we have Facebook, Google+, Instagram, Twitter, anything.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, what is your Twitter that, where can people contact you?
So you can look for both, either Clockwork Damage or Hail Studios. I think probably Hail Studios is the handle we had first, so that it shows up faster. But if you look for the hashtag Clockwork Damage in Twitter, Google+, Instagram, or Facebook, they will show up very quickly, and you'll see the post there.
Okay.
And we welcome. We will retweet good comments. We will like and feature any good influencers. And we're also looking for beta testers, true gamers that they want to have a sneak preview to the game and then share some of the bugs and feature requests.
Sure. Yeah, and I always like that. Oh, go ahead.
I
I was gonna say I always respect that of developers who are very open to feedback from the community and close to want to work with them.
I think Ikofune yesterday was mentioning how we owe ourselves to the users and to the gamers, right?
True.
You were mentioning about how Kickstarter is about doing that and that commitment, but I don't think you got a big Kickstarter to fall into that commitment to the gamers and the people you're developing the game for.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to wait until the end of the game to hear what they had to say about our game.
Sure. Yeah, exactly, because the game's already out, and then you start getting the feedback, and you're like, oh, maybe we should have done that. And,
Yeah.
The game is looking great so far, and so now what's going on here, just really quick?
So that's a good question. We are where we started, right? If you realize, and he just came from that kind of a hell because after the last boss, he kind of explodes and falls into that lava hole, and he has to he's in the middle of that zeppelin upside down, kind of surviving the movement of that zeppelin, and he has to kind of shoot the enemies, fly to these consoles and destroy them so that it pours more lava on top of you, pretty much, but and makes the zeppelin float until you emerge until these kind of upper ground as well again. And now again we're back to these enemies, swamps of enemies, but of course with the kind of weapons and upgrades that Adolf got now, he's kind of just driving through them with no problem at all.
Just toying with them. Well,
one of the things, Adolf, maybe you could show is how you can interact with the environment as well. Like for example, we can see a little tube there, like a little pipe on the right. Or this kind of gears on the left. You can destroy them, you can dash through them and throw them around. Actually, sometimes I just feel myself playing with those dashes and shooting the gears because you sometimes can get on top of them, which Adolfo keeps saying it's a bug, but I really like to think it's a feature.
Oh, wow. So and that actually is. It looks like it's totally through like a physics engine as well. And
yeah. So yeah, we actually use Unreal Engine. We thought it was the best bet. I know there's. That was not on purpose, Adolf. Don't tell me that.
I just loved Adolf's face. He just turned to Mark like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I just want to say the game is looking fantastic so far. I love all the ideas that you're putting into it. Again, and I love that you have the term that you're going for, like triple M style game, where it's just like as polished and as deep and as big of an experience as you can get on like a mobile platform. So just real quick, so what platforms are you shooting for again, just to remind everybody at home?
Yeah, surely. So we're aiming for mobile platforms, and we'll be fully launched in iOS and Android, both phones and tablets. We're trying to get it as a broader number of devices as possible. We're probably hitting for 4S upwards, including 4S, and anything in Android that has ice cream sandwich version.
Okay,
a bit more difficult to establish a hardware level there.
Yeah, awesome.
That includes NVIDIA Shield, anything that has a gamepad, and we try to aim for consoles as Ouya as well because it's based on Android. Sure. We'll be working on that compatibility. We expect to release in September, just after the summer, in different markets as well. So
That was exactly what was going to be my follow-up question. Is like, when can we expect to play the game? Clockwork
Yeah,
Damage?
so that's 4 months from now, not even expecting to be released in different markets. We still don't have a specific date, but we're already working on that release and the publishing details, which are, time demanding as well.
Yeah, there's always that very business aspect of game development. It's not always fun, and working on like game design choices and all that. So, but Mark, Adolf, thank you guys so very much for joining me. I think we're probably gonna get right. I think we have our next developer here for the next interview. But again, I hope you guys have a great rest of the show. And is there anything else that like you wanted to make sure that people out there know about Clockwork Damage or?
Well, I don't know. Just remember where you heard a Triple M category, right? Remember where you heard it. Remember Clockwork Damage. Here's our T-shirt. We have a Kick-Ass main character just behind here.
See, I didn't even notice that, but that's brilliant. See,
that's
you guys.
because he didn't want you to notice.
What's that?
That's because he did not want you to notice.
Oh yeah. No, it's perfect, and that's what you want to do. That's marketing.
Yeah.
101.
So remember, we're coming soon. Hail Studios, Clockwork Damage for all mobile platforms, and if you guys really ask for it, we'll be working hard to bring it to other platforms as well. Thank you very much, man.
Dave,
really good. Best of luck in Tokyo. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining me, and we're gonna take a quick break, as quick as we can here at Tokyo Indie Fest. It's day 2. It's the final day, but we're gonna finish strong. So just stick around. We have a lot more great content here on the stream, and we'll be right back. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We are back. See, we're doing a lot better today with those breaks in between the interviews. It's just, there's not much we can do there. It's a lot of shuffling that takes place. Getting the next people set up. And speaking of which, I am joined here by our next wonderful indie devs, and this is a very interesting game that we're going to be looking at here today. So I am joined by Yakan Hiko.
Yes.
That is the name of the team, Yakan Hiko. And Dan, of course, is going to be here translating.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, can you tell us what does Yakan Hiko mean?
Yakan Hiko basically means like a night flight. Yakan is during the night. Hiko is to fly. So
Okay.
that's the meaning
Yes.
of the name.
And so the names of the team is like Watanabe-san and Hirooka.
Hiraoka. Yeah.
I said his name so many times. I said it like 30 times before we started, and I still 忘れちゃった。申し訳ありません。I'm so sorry. Anyway, we are here to talk about your game, Dreep. So, can you tell me a little bit about Dreep?
ドリープスは忙しい人が、時間のない人でも RPG を楽しんだ気分になれる、アラームプレイングゲームというゲームです。
Dreeps is an alarm playing game that is an RPG for people who don't have time to play RPGs, basically.
This is what is so interesting about the game. It's, from what I understand, yes, it's like you said, the point is it's for people who don't have time to play a game at all. So, how does that work exactly?
ちょっともうちょっと具体的に説明してもらっていいですか？
はい、夜眠る前に、次の日に、起きる時間のアラームをセットします。そうすると、朝アラームが鳴って自分が目覚めますよね。そうするとキャラクターも目覚めて、自分が仕事に行くのと同じようにキャラクターも一日ずっと冒険をオートプレイで行っているっていうような感じのゲームになってます。
So basically, before you go to sleep at night, you set your alarm within the Dreeps app, and as you go to sleep, your hero goes to sleep with you. And then in the morning, when the alarm goes off, you wake up and you go to work. And in the same way, your hero wakes up and he goes on his adventure. And he adventures automatically all day long as you're working.
Which is so, it's such a crazy idea to me. But from what I understand, people have become very addicted to it. Is that true?
なんか情報によるとすごい最近ハマっている人が多いって聞いているらしいですね。どうですか？
それだけ世の中に忙しい人が多いんだなというふうに思います。
Yeah, he thinks that it's because there's just so many people that are just too busy in the world, and so this is meeting a great need.
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, especially, I'm sure like in Japan, especially like people with jobs working many, many hours, it's like the only... Yeah. So it's like the only way they can really play a game. I'm very interested to see the game. Can we see some gameplay?
オープニングの部分をちょっと見ていただければなと思います。
So we've prepared an opening sequence that we would like to show you.
Okay.
Alright.
And I don't think we've even like hardly mentioned the name of the game. The name of the game is Dreeps.
Dreeps.
Okay. So maybe before we start, can you just tell me really quick, what is the meaning of the title? How did you come to name the game Dreeps?
始める前にちょっとその名前の由来を教えてもらっていいですか？
ドリープスは造語なんですけど、ドリーム、スリープ、シープのミックス。
Dreams, sleep, sheep. They've kind of mixed them together.
I get it.
Yeah.
So it's basically the game that's but see, and it's crazy to me that like your character sleeps while you sleep, and I got to see it. So, oh, what is happening? What is that?
大丈夫ですか？もうそうやってください。
True. So we can. Well, here we go.
日本語と英語が両方用意できてるんですけど、今は日本語の設定になってます。
So it has both English and Japanese language settings already. Right now, it's set to Japanese.
Oh, okay. Cool. So Dan, you can translate all of this for us, right? Already, I love the art style. I always love pixel art.
セラー
大好きなんだ。
は、ゲームの説明になるんですけど、さっき言ったような感じで眠る前にドリプスでアラームをセットしてぐっすり眠って HP を回復しましょう。
So this basically says what he said earlier. Set the alarm before you go to sleep, and your HP is going to slowly come back as you're sleeping during the night.
That is, I just thought of something. Something like this would be a great way to make me sleep more, because I don't sleep a lot, and so if my RPG character's life was tied to how much I sleep, I might take better care of myself. So.
健康になっちゃいますね。で、朝、アラームが鳴って、少年ロボットが冒険に、あなたの一日も始まります。
So in the morning, the alarm goes off, and the young robot boy awakes and begins his adventure.
So can we talk about that a little bit? Like, so you're a robot boy. Can we talk about the game's story a little bit?
ストーリーがあるんですけど、このゲームは、中に出てくるキャラクター同士の会話とかは、この世界の中の人たちにしかわからないように作ってあって、イマジネーションで、はい、想像してもらえれば。あ、そうですね。じゃあ先進みますね。
So there is a story, but inside of the game, all the text and all the text between the characters is not actually written in a language. It's an unreadable language.
Oh.
So it's kind of a story that you absorb without actual language. Just
Okay.
You see it and you begin to slowly understand what's happening.
Okay, very cool.
で、デスクに置いて仕事をしながら冒険を眺めたり、おやつの時間に、様子を見てみたり、あなたの生活に合わせてゆっくり楽しんでください。
So you can, put your phone on your desk as you're working, and as you're doing your work, you can just kind of glance to the side and see what kind of things are happening in the adventure of the robot.
See, and that seems like that would be the downside, is I might sleep more, but then when I'm awake during the day, I can see how I would totally get addicted to, just watching my character level.
注意事項がちょっと入ります。準備はいいですか？
Are you ready for your adventure?
冒険準備はできた。名前はいい名前なんですよ。それは一番大事。And here we go.
Wake up.
起きて Twitch. So
Wake up, Twitch.
Yeah.
Your adventure is about to begin.
始まるよ。See, I know some Japanese too. I'm not. Yeah. Oh, the robot boy. And off he goes.
もうあとはオートプレイで自動的に冒険が進むので、アプリを起動したままにしていてもいいし、閉じてしまっても大丈夫です。
So from now, the autoplay is engaged, and it's just going to continue going by itself. So you can keep the app open, and you can watch what's happening, or you can close the app, and it's still going to continue going in the background.
So he has run into an enemy, and here we see, and the game.
僕は何もしてないんですけど、自動的に彼は戦っています。
So
he's not doing anything, but the main character is just going to go ahead and fight automatically.
you can just kind of cheer on your character like "Gambare," and he's taking a hit. Oh no! again, I love the pixel art style is very good.
ありがとうございます。
そしてなんか音楽となんか音が大好きよ。The sound effects and
時
music.
々その敵が強い敵が出てくると、やられてしまって彼はアンドロイドなので、ダウンしてしまいます。
So sometimes he's going to encounter a really strong enemy, like just now. And since he's a robot, he kind of goes into a down mode, which is what we're seeing right here.
あ
でもその時は彼を優しくタップしてあげてください。
So at times like that, you can touch him gently. As we're about to do.
あ、really?
Yeah.
と起き上がってまた冒険を続けてくる。
Now he's back on his way.
So if you don't touch him, would he still eventually move?
はい。でも彼は今まだレベル1なので弱いですけど、冒険を進めていってストーリーが進んでいけばまたレベルも上がっていくので、そんなにダウンしなくなっていきます。
So yes, if you don't touch him, he won't continue his adventure. But he's only level 1 right now. He's very weak, so he's gonna have to go. He's gonna go into his down mode a lot. But as you continue your adventure and continue leveling up, he'll get stronger, and the amount of times that he gets taken out like that is gonna become less and less common and less common.
So I was just looking at the game. I'm wondering who did like the art design and like who did the music and sound effects.
So he did the art and
Really?
the graphics.
Oh, wow.
プログラマー。
Watanabe-san is the programmer.
Very cool. Yeah, no, the game has a gorgeous aesthetic, and I can see how a game like this would be very addictive. Just because, again, it's a game that you could leave running even while playing other games as well.
すごくなんか中毒になりそうな感じです。
でもどんなに中毒になっても、健康にどんどんなっていくと思います。
He says no matter how addicted you get, you're still going to just keep getting more and more sleep and live a healthier lifestyle.
That's good. That's good.
I've got to say on a personal note, I wasn't really sure what to make of it when I first saw it, but now my Facebook feed is just chock full of my friends updating their progress. It's really taken off among my friends.
Yes. So, and that's, I guess, something we can talk about. So, like, what kind of integration is there with like social media?
ソーシャルメディアとの関連っていうのはどういうのがありますか？
はい、この画面の左下にSNS ボタンっていうのがあるんですけど、ここをタップすると、このスクリーンショットと一緒に例えば Twitter とかに連携して、目撃したときに今こんなことが起こってるよっていうのをぜひ Twitter とか Facebook で友達にシェアしてみてください。
So they've kind of hidden a lot of interesting little things along the way, and if you're watching at the right moment, something unique might pop up. And so they're hoping that people will watch and they'll capture those interesting moments and enjoy sharing those moments with their friends online.
And which is very cool. It's a very cool way to integrate that into the game. It's also a very brilliant way of marketing the game. So
とてもいい作戦だと思います。
このような画面で、アラームを今はアラームが1つしかないです。でも物語が進んでいくといろんなアラームの音で、目覚めることができて、なおかつ、仲間が増えていきます。
So we see the alarm screen here. Right now he has only unlocked one particular alarm, but as you continue your adventure, you can unlock more alarms with different sounds, and also you'll get more companions along the way in your party.
Okay. And the companions, do they have like anything they do, or is it just sort of like
仲間っていうのはどういうことをしますか？何か特別な特典もありますか？
一緒に戦ってくれて、一緒にボスを倒す力を貸してくれます。
So they fight with you, and your companions will help you to take down the strong boss characters.
Okay, cool.
これはマップなんですけど、今このブルーのエリアを、移動しています。
So this is the map, and the blue area shows where you have gone, where you are currently progressing in.
Okay.
画面の、右のあたりに、19というふうに書かれているんですけれども、この時間に何かが起こるかもしれません。
So on the right, you can see that it has a 19 there. It's telling us that at 7 p.m. today, something interesting may happen.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not sure what that is.
Okay, because I was worried, if I didn't know, like, maybe when the interesting things would happen, that's why I would just end up watching the game all day long.
そういう時間が書いてあると、面白いことが起こるとき、大体予想がつきますね。
でもここに時間の書かれていないところでも、何かがランダムで起こったり、他にもいろいろなことが起こったりするので、時々眺めて楽しんでもらえたらなと思います。
So of course you can get an idea of when something interesting might happen by looking at the time, but there are also unmarked times at which random interesting occurrences may happen. So you've kind of got both going. You can check randomly sometimes and maybe see something. You can also check at those suggested times when there's a higher likelihood of something interesting
Wow.
happening.
That's scary to me because I might just end up watching the entire time. So, like I'm trying to find out more. Does the app need to be running? Even maybe when you close the app, does he still go, or is there a way of pausing the game once you've started?
アプリを閉じてもまだ進んでいくわけですね。その
Level up!
Level up!
できました。
We did it, guys.
Oh.
じゃあ何かポーズをする方法とかは何かありますか？
はい。ポーズボタンはないですね。もうオートプレイなので、彼はひたすら冒険を続けて敵と戦ったり、いろんな人に会ったりしていきます。
So there's just no pause button. There's no way to stop the adventure. It is going to continue no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah.
アプリをつけてなくても、彼はずっと冒険してます、この間。だけど、敵に負けて、さっきみたいに座ってしまうと、そこで止まっちゃうので、たまに見て、タップしてあげ、負けてたらタップしてあげてほしい。
So even if you close the app, it's going to still keep going in the background. But if you kind of get taken out by a boss like we saw before, he's going to stop his progress there. So in that sense, you do have to kind of check up every once in a while to make sure that the adventure is still continuing.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, if there's any way to just sort of stop his progress at all. But he's just going to keep on going. Are there different? I guess how big is the world that this character traverses? Are there different areas of the map?
この世界はどれぐらい大きいんですか？さっきの見た地図はそれで全部ですか？
このアプリは、全部で、9つの大きなストーリーをイメージして作っていて、これはそのうちの一つなんですけれども、なので、あれはこの世界全体の一部の地域を表現していて、今回の作品ではそのエリアのみを冒険することができます。はい、今回は、9つある大きな物語の中の一つのエピソードを作っています。
So they've got 9 total stories that they have envisioned, and the map that we saw earlier is basically one complete story arc that we're viewing. So there's 8 other stories that they've envisioned.
Wow. And like, do you know about like how long it takes to play through a story? I'm trying to imagine that just
その
because
一
it's so
つの物
automatic.
語を完全にクリアするまでどれぐらい時間かかりますか？
ゲームを上手に攻略できる人だったら、例えば開発してる僕たちだったらだいたい2週間でクリアできます。でもおそらく普通に始めた人たちが何も調べずにやろうとしたら1ヶ月はかかるんじゃないかなと思います。
So, if you have not researched any strategies or really looked anything up online and you're just starting out for the first time, he estimates it would take about 1 month for your normal person to complete this single story arc.
Right. And I heard him say like maybe he can beat it in like
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah, he says he can do it in 2 weeks.
2週間ぐらい.
Yeah.
That's wow. And I'm just wondering now what the strategies you could bring.
その作戦っていうのは何か調べてまた上手になるっていうのはどういうのがあるんですか？
一つ今回じゃあ特別にヒントをこれを見てくれている人たちだけに教えたいと思います。
So he is going to tell, especially just for this event, he's going to tell us a secret hint for
Okay.
everyone who's watching right now
Oh.
to help you progress faster.
Wow. Okay.
先ほどのアラームの画面なんですけど、この画面で、物語が進んでいくとアラームが増えていきます。
So we're back at the alarm screen right here, and as the adventure continues, you're going to get more and more alarms.
そのアラームのマークを順番に見ていくと何か法則が見つかると思います。
If you look at the art for each of the alarms as you unlock them, you may notice that there is a certain pattern to the artwork for the alarms. それが分かると、
はい、もしかしたら物語が上手に進められるかもしれません。
So if you can figure out what the connection is between the artwork for the different alarms, it might allow you to increase the speed with which you can finish your adventure.
わかりました。と思います。Well, the game is it's such an interesting idea. I really like games like this that push the boundaries of what you can call a game. And it looks incredible. I'll let Dan translate that first.
こういうゲーム、もうゲームっていうのは、そもそも何なのか、問い合わせるような、考えさせるような、こういうゲームが、本当に一番好きなんです。
And so, is there where can people go to download this game or?
ドリープスはどこからダウンロードできますか？どこから購入できますか？
はい、アップストアで、ダウンロードできます。
You can find it on the App Store.
Okay, and so it's for iOS
It's
only
for iOS.
right now.
はい、ところは iOS しかダウンロードできないんですけど。
For now, it's only on the iOS.
Okay.
iOS App Store.
Just real quick, like, do you have any plans to release on other platforms?
これから他のプラットフォームに広げるような予定はありますか？
この、東京インディーフェスでもそういった声をたくさんいただいているので、アップデートをしながら、検討していきたいなと思っています。
He's been asked by a lot of people here at the Tokyo Indie Fest about that, and so they're feeling like as they continue to update the game as it is, they're going to think about putting it onto different platforms.
Sure. Yeah, which I can because I can see how this could be a very popular application because it's a game you don't really have to, spend a lot of time playing, so it's very bendy. It's very yeah.
便利なゲーム。
Yeah. So thank you very much for joining me, and I wish you the best of luck with the app. And then this guy, he's just going to keep on adventuring even after we're done with this interview. So
The Stoic Adventure Twitch.
yes. So have a great rest of the show, and thank you very much for joining me.
どうもありがとうございました。
Hey. And we're going to take a quick break and get ready for the next segment. So stick around. There's more content here on the live stream coming to you from Tokyo Indie Fest in Akihabara, Japan. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody. It's Man for Man versus Game here. I just realized that I hadn't even done any kind of like shameless self-promotion yet today. We're back here at Tokyo Indie Fest, day 2. Sadly, the last day of the fest. And I am joined by maybe a familiar face. You might recognize this guy from day 1 of Tokyo Indie Fest when I was doing my Man on the Street sort of like time filler segment. I was talking to Brian. Brian Stabile of Astro Crow.
Yep, Astro Crow.
Hey, nice to see you again, man.
Yeah, nice seeing you again.
Yeah, so thanks for joining me. And you caught my eye with some of your games. Very interesting. You know what? One of them had to do with like a flatulent farm animal, I guess. I don't want to give too much away, but
Yes. I can show that one in a little bit. Right now we have loaded up a different one. But
yes.
That's all right.
And so we have like a smattering of games that you've made.
Yeah, I think we're going to show 4 today. I have 8 right now on the market. If anyone just looks up on their iPhone or Android, Astro with a space, Crow, all of them show up.
Sweet. And so, yeah, we're just going to kind of do a rapid fire, just taking a look at each game.
Oh, yeah.
But just real quick, before we get into that, can you tell me just a little bit about yourself? Like how did you get into game development?
Sure. Actually, I came into development. I went to college to learn computer programming and digital media. And I started working for that university making what's called educational or serious games, which are educational video games. And I actually got laid off. And the day I got laid off, I was like, I've always wanted to have my own company. I might as well just go ahead and do it. So I called up my friend. We came up with our first idea, came up with a company name, just went from there. 6 months later, put some games out. And then just over time, like we haven't really been successful enough to do it full time. So in our spare time, we keep making these games. And like I said, we've got 8 so far in like 4 years. And
Wow.
we're hoping to keep pushing more out. We have a lot of prototypes.
Yeah, and a lot of like really cool ideas. They seem to be like they take kind of like a known, established, like a popular game, but then like give it kind of a twist.
Exactly. That's part of my design that I really prefer doing is taking like something that you're already familiar with and just kind of turning it on its head.
Yeah.
So it's familiar but different at the same time. So
Awesome.
you're not going to totally run away from it because it's so out there.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, let's just dig right into them here. So the first game that we're gonna take a look at. Oh, I think I know this one.
This one is called Fast Food. Made in conjunction with my good friend over at Crazy Rock Creative.
Cool.
Hey Derek, what's up, man?
I thought it was another game. Okay, and Dan here is off camera, holding the mic like a champion.
It's actually taped to my ear right now.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, so here we go.
There we go.
There it is.
And I apologize for the frame rate, guys. We had to full screen this for your comfort.
And these games normally, what platform are they?
These are all mobile, Android, iOS. This game is actually free on Android right now. iOS, it's coming in a couple of weeks. We had some issue with the plugin. But if you search on Congregate, actually, congregate.com, you can play an earlier version of this game.
Okay, and that's Congregate with a K, I believe.
Yes, with a K. So, pretty simple. There's 4 buttons at the bottom, and you are the guy behind the counter. It's your job to give these hungry folks exactly what they want.
Yeah.
You'll notice the exploding money as they get sucked out of the airlock.
Yeah. I just now noticed that they get sucked out of an airlock.
Yeah. So you'll see right here, we have this thing that popped up. This game isn't just a high score game. Nowadays people need more to engage with. So what we did is we have goals where you can unlock extra characters by doing specific achievements in the game. So for instance, score 150 points, you get characters from our other games. And you see Omega Hero right here from Crazy Rock. It's their flagship title.
My flagship title.
All right, so we go back in. I'm just going to keep doing it. So there you go. See, we got the special character right there.
Boom, the fries. And he's
so
out.
The timer gets faster and faster. So you end up getting it's really confusing. It might look easy right now, but when you see those chords, you have to really go, is it left, or left, right? I still have trouble with it.
Yeah, which I mean, and I'm trying to think of like what game this is like maybe a twist on, or is this just something like kind of your own idea?
There's some games out there, like I wouldn't say like the other fast food games, but there's a game Timberman that's kind of similar where you're chopping down a tree, but it's just left and right. So we added, once again, like I said, turning it on its head. So I added four choices instead of 2, and the addition of multiple presses.
Oh, okay. So like the combo.
Yeah, the combo meal.
Cool.
All right, we'll move on to let's show Farty Pig, I think.
Sure. Farty Pig here. Now this is the one that I've really been looking forward to. Farty Pig. It's got to be like one of the best titles for a game of all time. Did you? I don't know. I guess I'll ask you, like, how did you come up with that one?
Well, it's pretty easy once I tell you. Flappy Bird, Farty Pig.
There you go. Yeah. Which I was able to see some of the gameplay yesterday, so I'm sure there have been people like since yesterday's cast. They're like, I've got to see Farty Pig. They've just been dying to see it. So now, finally, you get to see Farty Pig.
Farty
Ladies
Pig
and
in
gentlemen.
action. You can see this,
got-
the Farty Pig
Yeah,
representing.
It's like a little dot there, kind of off camera, but it's
All right, it's
that was
up.
a Farty Pig button.
Just give me a couple more seconds.
Okay.
Got to load this up. And this one is out on iOS and Android. It's free. You can download it right now. You can give me a review complaining about how you don't like how there's advertisements in a free game. I'm used to it. Don't worry.
So so both games that we've looked at so far are both free.
They're both free with ads, yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just about to ask you, like, what is your marketing strategy on that?
Just give me a second.
Sure. Let's make sure that we're loaded up there.
We may have to restart it. This happens sometimes. Sorry, guys.
And there we go.
I'm going to have to open it back up. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So we have, it's a lot. Like right now, the MacBook it's thinking. It's doing a
I'm
lot
going
of
to blame
thinking.
Unity 5, but you didn't hear me say that.
What's that?
I'm blaming Unity, the
Okay.
new version that came out. That's their bug, not mine.
I believe Unity is a sponsor of the event, Tokyo Indie Fest here.
All my games are in Unity, by the way. I love Unity.
I love Unity.
Don't get me wrong. Just, I've noticed this happens now.
I honestly, I really don't have, I don't develop games, so I don't know anything
But if
about
you did, you would use Unity.
Yes.
Right?
I know that it's a very popular engine for making games now. I guess while we're on the full shot here, I just want to feature my Bloodborne shirt again. Another Bloodborne shirt. It's amazing. Okay, we are up. It sounds like Farty Pig is ready to go. Here we go. The pig is farting. Okay, beautiful.
So, Farty Pig, here we go, right? You'll remember Flappy Bird, obviously. Just the dumb game where you just jump through a pipe.
Yep.
So we took that as a starting point and we added more mechanics to it. So not only can you jump, left side of the screen jumps, but the right side of the screen actually dashes. And all of our physics they operate in a completely different manner. So it feels a whole lot different. Everyone I've talked to, who isn't someone who's like I'm related to, has said that they like this better than Flappy Bird, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
And we've also, to try and make it more worth your while to keep playing, you can unlock characters just like in Fast Food. There's 3 different difficulty levels to unlock. This is actually the easiest, and I'm doing terrible with the mouse, but...
I know. Yesterday, I remember, like, you weren't even looking at the screen, and you were just, like, making this pig fart like no other. There he goes. The dash. Yeah, I like the dash maneuver.
And my games are always done with just 2 people. I do everything but the art, because I really don't like how my art looks. So just my friend Sean did all the art. He's the other member of Astro Crow, like, officially.
Okay, very cool. And you said you're from Florida, right?
Yeah, we're from Orlando, Florida.
Fellow American. Nice.
Yeah.
Here in Japan.
So you'll see like the characters that you can unlock. We have just one now because we just implemented this, but throughout the week I think we're going to be patching it. Probably get, I don't have a number, just a lot more.
Okay.
We'll have more.
Cool. So there's Farty Pig.
Oh, now he's a farty boar.
He's a farty boar.
All right, yeah, we can move on to the next one.
Okay, sweet. It's just like rapid fire, just going through
Yeah. I don't want to take too much of your guys'
the Astro
time.
Crow games. There we go. What's funny is this is also a great exercise for Gun Run back there. He's basically like making up new layouts on the fly as we get the games going. So what have you thought of Tokyo Indie Fest so far?
I think Tokyo Indie Fest, it's a lot of fun. I went to Bit Summit last year. It's very similar. I'm glad that we finally have something like this in the middle of Tokyo. And, you know, for considering it's like their first time doing it, and they were concerned about attendance, like, it looks great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people here.
For a first time, an event like the first of its kind here, yeah, it's been really fantastic. A lot of interest, and I definitely hope to see the event come back, you know, and become like an annual thing, if you will. Okay, so we're loading up the next game now, I believe.
All right, I think we're good to go. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Let's hope it doesn't.
This is the fun of doing a live stream. It's just you lay down the tracks, the train is just going, and you're just like, well, I guess here we go. This is gonna be it.
Come on now.
The MacBook. Now I'm seeing there at the bottom. This is a MacBook Pro.
This is a MacBook Pro.
Because my old MacBook was not even a Pro, like at all.
Come on now.
Okay, there it goes.
Come on, girl. All right. It must be when I'm switching between games. I apologize, guys. I'm gonna crank it back down and crank it back up.
This is.
How embarrassing.
It's pretty much like what's that law? Murphy's law. Yeah.
Everything that would go wrong.
It's pretty much like.
Definitely.
It's like for me, I'll just share with you guys at home.
In the meantime, just go and check it out. It's called The Last Ace of Space. Look in your app store.
Astro Crow, yes.
You'll get to see it before I do right now.
I was just gonna say, yeah, you can probably load up these games by the time we have it loaded up here. So I gotta say, I like the logo.
Work for me.
Just curious. The anticipation is killing me.
Yeah.
Oh god, there it is. There he goes. Okay. So, and there's the farty pig flying by.
Yes, we're getting a bit of a frame rate thing, so I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
MacBook Pro, they said, right? So this is The Last Ace of Space. This is actually that game that we came up with the day I got fired.
Okay.
And our first game that we put out, it's an infinite runner. We actually released this before there were such a thing as infinite runners, but it never really got traction, so we kind of revamped it, and now we're trying to push it again.
Cool.
I'll skip the tutorial for you guys, just to make sure that they don't bore you to death.
Just start.
So most infinite runners, like we talked about how I take things and add to them, you just have jump and possibly a slide, right? So we decided to go beyond that. We have a jump and a slide as the basis, like the buttons on the screen. And then you can interact with each enemy in a variety of different ways. I'm going to show you guys right now.
Cool.
So you see he's being chased by this giant slime monster.
Okay.
So we jump.
Here he goes.
So we have a meter up here that's telling the player like how far away that monster is. I
link.
flick this guy. I slide under here.
Ah.
Can jump higher or low. There's two different types of obstacles.
Gotcha.
Jump over the gap.
There's the blob.
Oh, I
and-
just took some damage.
And you made it through
I
there.
took it
Oh wow.
again. Click right here.
Okay, there you go.
Collect
Probably-
bean.
I can see how this could be a game that is much easier with like a touchscreen.
Right.
Than a
You'll
mouse.
see, especially right now. So now that he's close, I have to run away.
Okay.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Oh, and that. yeah,
It's
right
really
there.
tough with
That's
the
like-
mouse. Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, guys. But what happens is on the phone, you actually go like this with your leg, with
Yeah,
your
yeah.
finger legs, you know?
I can see how that would be way easier on again
Yeah.
on the touchscreen.
And, you know, being an infinite runner, it just gets harder and faster. Some of the enemies have a little bit different ways that they operate once you get further along.
Sure. There it goes. With the tap tap.
It's a little bullet time action.
Beautiful. And I'm sorry, what was the name of this game again?
The Last Ace of Space.
The Last Ace of
Not
Space.
Ace of Spades. We get that a lot.
Yes, there you go. Wow. And then slide under. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
Thanks a lot. And
there
if
we
I
go.
can't, oh
And
no.
it comes- oh, made it.
I
Okay,
think
good.
we're up. No, we're not. We got to
I'm
run.
noticing you have like a farty pig buddy there.
Yes.
Wow.
That was some skill right there.
Nicely
right?
done.
I'll show you what happens once we get all of the space beans for the pig.
Okay.
So normally, every time you get hit, the monster gets closer.
Okay.
If you want to avoid that, if the bean meter is full or the pig is full,
Yeah.
hold
Of
on.
beans. That
Ride
pig is
away on
full
that
of beans.
fart rocket.
Wow. I like it was almost it's like a cutscene. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like riding the pig.
I'll just die.
Beautiful. I was just gonna say that's a good ending to that one. So I think we have one more.
Yeah, this one is actually still not top secret anymore because I'm showing it at these events, but it's still in development. Hopefully, it will be done within 2 months. This one's called Match Zero.
Okay.
Just give me a second to set it up.
Which I love that. Right when I heard the title of the game, I was like, I love it already because it's like Match Zero. I think I can do that. I think I can manage that one. Match Zero. Yeah, I can't wait to see this one. This is one that I've been looking forward to. And I can't believe that I'm saying this, but like, yeah, we're actually under a time crunch, like for once on the cast. Because usually, you know, I'm just trying to fill as much time as possible. But today, and that's what I think has been so great about today is like we were able to get like a lot more devs onto the stream.
I literally have a plane to catch. That's my excuse.
What's that?
I literally have a plane to catch.
Yes, exactly. You were telling me how like you have to like leave early today because.
All right, so I'll start it up. Like I said, it's about 80% done, so I know the UI is a little confusing at the moment.
Okay, looks like we might be there.
All right.
There we go.
So actually, yeah, we'll get started. You see this like really cool TV shader we have?
Yeah.
It's really neat. So Match Zero, the story of Match Zero is there's a story to a puzzle game. I guess it's just like Candy Crush Saga. Like, what's the saga there? This is our saga, I guess. Our loose story is you're a disgruntled independent indie mobile game developer, much like myself.
Yeah.
And you're sick of all these Match 3 games, just taking something old, just marketing the hell out of it and making lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of money. So we're trying to make it to take back what the developers are trying to do, make mobile theirs again. He's hacking into the world's most popular Match 3 game and trying to prevent people from matching 3 in the game. So that way they'll go back and check out what else is on the App Store besides the top 2 games.
I love that there's such a deep like story to like this puzzle game.
Yeah, somehow we got to find a way to actually tell that too, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you select the levels, and these are all crooked. I just threw them up there. Slide tiles do not match 3. So this is his back end.
Okay.
He's pretty much a purist because he's using his old like CRT monitor and his like VGT graphics card.
Just be like
so I made 3 right here. So you see the back, like you actually see the reality of the Match 3 game that you're hacking into.
Nice.
So I have to move it out of the way. So there's no longer 3. Oh, right here. Oh.
Okay.
Got to move it. And so these orange ones, they slowly morph into other colors. And you can see where it's going based on the middle, right?
So you got to get them off there. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to get it off. And so this up here is your energy. Whenever you have a match on the screen, it goes down. And of course, the longer you have that match, the quicker it goes. And this is your progress bar. We're calling it like lines, and the top one's called memory. That might change.
Oh, there you go.
And
then you flip them around. Wow.
So if I can get a yellow block to show, I'll show you that too. We have yellow blocks of what's called, oh, here we go. These are infected blocks. If you move these around, they infect the other blocks next to them. Oh. So what happens is you have to just avoid them, because if you actually move them, then there's a chance that everything will become the same color, and then you'll end up with a bunch of matches on the board.
So you're kind of like making like a trail, like it could be 3 in a row match.
Yeah.
I get you. Wow. And you said this game is still in production.
This is still in production. Yeah, we're finishing this up as soon as I get back. Like that's my plan. As soon as I get back to Florida, just full steam ahead till we get this done. Speaking of Steam, I'm hoping to actually make this a PC release as well.
Cool.
We'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Well, Astrocrow, thank you very much for showing me like the rapid fire, like just blasting through.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Some of your games.
Thanks for having me.
And you said like that was really only 4. You have 8 total.
Yeah, we have 8 total, and like I said, just type Astro Space Crow into your app store. You'll see them all. We got plenty of free games, and we have a couple that are 99 cents. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah. Like, please, I'm trying to make a living. Well, Brian, like that's awesome. That like I love that you're doing what you love, and like I hope, like you said, because you're still, like you said, like not quite full time, but trying to make a full time living out of it. So yeah, best of luck with that. And
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on the show.
No problem.
I love Twitch. I love you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So I hope you catch your plane and safe travels. But yeah, thanks for joining us on the cast. And,
anytime.
Yeah, hope to see you again next year, maybe at like Tokyo Indie Fest 2016.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go. I'll be there.
Yeah. Hopefully, if Twitch hires me, I'll be here as well. So, but Dan, thanks again for holding the mic.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he's been working out. So
It builds character, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
I'm a character.
So we're gonna take just another quick short break, and then we are coming right back with more content here on day 2 from Tokyo Indie Fest. Next game coming up, I think it's Nom Nom Universe. It's a very interesting sounding game. So
Galaxy.
yeah, we're gonna get them set up, and then we'll be right back. So stick around for more from Tokyo Indie Fest here in Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. Yeah, don't go away.
Turn all your sorrows into gold. Ignite the fire in your soul. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. And we're dancing to see rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. And we'll dance in a sea of rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. 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 You will rise to victory.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are hopefully live. We just lost our monitor here, so we can't actually see what's going on. There it is. Thank God. That's part of the joy of the live stream. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Of course, I'm joined here with John Davis.
Yes.
Of it's Q Studios?
Q Games.
Q Games, excuse me.
No problem.
Sorry.
We get mistaken for, like, people think our studio name is Pixel Junk a lot also.
Okay.
But yeah, we're Q Games.
Okay, Q Games.
Based in Kyoto, Japan.
You're based in Kyoto?
Yep.
Wow, awesome. I have never been out there, but...
Kyoto is the best. Don't let anybody tell you Kyoto's the best place in Japan.
I've heard it's, the guy from 17-Bit was also saying that, like, he plans to move out to Kyoto.
He did move out to Kyoto. He moved his studio out. Jake moved his studio out to Kyoto on the strength of all of us, talking about how much we love Kyoto. So,
really?
yeah.
And he had nothing bad to say about Kyoto either.
And we've all lived in Tokyo before. I mean, I live in Tokyo now. I'm the Tokyo branch for Q Games. I'm the only person here.
Oh, okay.
But I lived in Kyoto for 2 years, and then before that, I lived in Tokyo for 7 years.
Okay.
And I much prefer Kyoto.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance, if you come to Japan, visit.
Kyoto. Yeah, because I've been to Tokyo. Well, every time I've come to Japan, it's always in Tokyo. So
it's a different experience.
That's what I hear. This is definitely the big city, like, condensed, kind of just urban nightmare.
Yeah. But if you want to see trees and mountains and shrines and beautiful maikos and whatnot, you should go. You should go to Kyoto.
And if you're wondering what a maiko is, you just go look it up. You'll find out. But we are not here to talk about Kyoto. We're here to talk about your game that you've made, which has a very interesting title, and I would love to know more about what it's all about. The game is called Nom Nom Universe?
Nom Nom Galaxy.
Nom Nom Galaxy. Can I screw up anything more in this interview already?
Universe is the sequel.
Jeez, is it? Yeah. My God. Nom Nom Galaxy. You know what it was? It was just the monitor shake-up where I was just like, oh, God. So, anyway, Nom Nom Galaxy. John, please tell me more about your game.
So, Nom Nom Galaxy is the sixth title in the Pixel Junk series. If you're familiar with us before, we've done Pixel Junk Racers, Monsters, Eden, Shooter, Side Scroller, 4 AM, and now Nom Nom Galaxy. And it's a genre mashup. It's like jambalaya of genres, right? There's tower defense. We have a little pedigree with that with Monsters. There's platforming. There's fluid dynamics and stuff from like Shooter. It's a sandbox game. It's our first sandbox game.
Really?
So it's just a jumble of a lot of different things. Everything we've kind of learned from previous Pixel Junk games.
Yeah, just kind of like all mixed together into like...
Yeah, and the Nom Nom comes from the basic theme that this game, like all those genres are wrapped around a soup theme. So it's all about eating, making soup. And Nom Nom in Japanese, nomu means to drink. And so nomu nomu is like drinking or drinking soup.
Yeah.
And of course in English, Nom Nom is
Yeah.
So.
I just love the visual that you ate the mic.
Yeah.
Of course, here we have Dan holding the mic as ever, stoic,
Yeah, I'm
strong.
gonna hold Dan's arm for him.
That's right. There you go.
I know he's tired.
And I'll hold John's arm. It'll get weird. Okay. But why don't we take a look at the game?
Sure.
I think that'd be good, and we could just basically play it as long as possible, I guess. Until the next devs show up and.
So there's a lot of stuff going on in this game, and usually I like to take people through the tutorial first, but I'm going to jump us into the second tutorial so I can show you some of the cool things you can do.
Sure.
So this is our little galaxy map here, and you can see all these different planets where you'll explore, find new ingredients, discover new soup recipes. I think there's like over 200 different types of soup you can discover in the game.
Okay.
As you discover those, you unlock recipes, you unlock research. You also, as you conquer planets, you unlock different tech. Right now, we have this game on Steam Early Access, and so everything you're seeing right now, you can play on Steam. And the PS4 version will actually be out next week, which will have the whole game. So anyway, we'll jump into this tutorial.
Here we go. Yeah, I'm dying to see how all these different
So this is our character. He's the Astro Worker. All the art in this game was done by one of the main guys from Pixel Junk Monsters. His name is Yamatron. Well, his name is Yamamura, but we call him Yamatron.
Okay.
And he loves making little quirky robots and stuff. So it started out with him making little papercraft robots, and we thought, man, this would be cool if this could be in a game. So that was where our art direction kind of started from. You can, platform, jump around. You have this buzzsaw, which you can use to deform the environment. Everything can be destroyed, moved around, and basically remade in your image. This
You
is
are
our
god, basically.
Yeah, you are the soup god. Well, actually, this is your god. This is Robo Shacho, which means Shacho means president in Japanese. And he's tasked you with going down to these planets and building bases and discovering these soup recipes to feed the galaxy. Because soup is the #1 food. I don't know if you guys knew this.
In the universe, it's just
In the universe. Like, our planet just doesn't understand yet, but the rest of the galaxy knows.
I don't know. Ramen is my favorite. Like, I would say that's kind of a soupy kind of thing. But
It's soupy. I'd go with ramen, yeah.
yeah.
So this is our base here.
Okay.
This is my main base of operations here. I'm going to repair it. And you have to defend this. This is where you get your power from. If this is destroyed by your rivals, then it's game over.
Okay.
You can see all these little robot minions walking back and forth.
Okay.
These guys are helpful, but they're very stupid. So part of the challenge of this game is actually designing bases that they can navigate efficiently and move your ingredients back and forth so that you're producing soup and shipping that soup off to your target markets, and then from there conquering whatever market that is. Once you get 100%, you clear the stage.
Oh, wow.
So these guys are all, this is my little garden down here. This little guy here is Clarence. He's my harvester. This is Ben the dog.
There are a ton of characters already. Like,
Yeah. And right now, these are my little ingredients, these little spherical things here.
okay.
So, for example, if I throw this to this guy, he's going to throw it up. And then these guys here would pick it up,
Okay.
and they'll move it into one of our soup factories. But I want this ingredient, so I'm going to take it from him.
So is this like your base of operations now? Have you set this up beforehand, or was this sort of like already
This is
there?
the second tutorial.
Oh, okay.
So normally you start with nothing.
Right.
On some planets you actually have things already set up, and you have to figure out how to, fix the base, or you only have certain robots or certain base parts, and you have to use those parts to conquer it.
Okay.
In this case, we've got this all set up so you can see some of the stuff that's later in the game. So I've just put this ingredient in here, and it's going to drop out a can of soup in a second.
Okay.
I'm going to wait, do a little moonwalk.
So what? I see them carrying something over. To
So
the
yeah,
right.
these guys are going to carry this to our other robot. He's going to throw that soup can up.
Okay.
I'll go up here,
There he goes.
and then I would put this into the rocket, and that rocket's going to blast off and go towards our market, whichever market we're targeting. And so the citizens of the planets, they might like certain types of soups, and they'll give you more money and more market share for those. There might be an ingredient that's trending. Everything in the game that you see, all these plants, let's knock this one out real quick. Everything can be made into soup.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And then you can replant it. There's some animals you can, or pretty much any animal you can do the same thing with.
Turn them into soup. Into the soup they go.
So I'm gonna go around and do a couple of these little tasks here. Let's see what's going on. This is my little robot Jimmy. He the little police officer. He keeps everybody in line. Keeps them from running too far away.
I just love how many robots. You weren't kidding when you said this guy really likes to make likes to design crazy robots.
He's all over it. And it's so funny. He names them as well, right? He's this little Japanese guy, but he gives them the most mundane names, like Clarence, Ben,
Yeah.
Travis, Freddy.
Yeah.
It's Travis the robot.
Wow. So,
This is the little oxygen flower here. I can use this to grow ingredients faster. you'll see that there are like conveyor belts, escalators. If I come up here to the top, there's a nice little loop going on. We just made some money.
Nice. So that meant somebody, like some alien somewhere in the galaxy, like bought some of the soup.
Yeah, the right now you can't see it, but usually in the top right corner, there's the market share.
Okay.
And you'll see, and you have rivals that are competing for the same market share as well. So you need to ship the soup as fast as possible to try to beat them.
Okay.
At the same time, they're going to be shipping soup and sending waves of attackers. This is where kind of the tower defense comes in.
Oh, okay.
To stop you.
Wow.
So these are some of my towers here. Look, a shot tower. I'll reload these.
There is, and you said that this is like one of the. Oh no, you skipped the tutorial levels, but this is like one of the.
This is the second tutorial level.
Oh, okay.
The first one's a little bit dry, and I can, you want to see the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Got Arthur up here. It's one of our robots. He's patrolling. So these are shot towers. There's a Tesla tower here. There's a missile tower, and so when they come in, hopefully the bad guys are not gonna get through.
Yeah.
You can see an ingredient getting thrown down. It's gonna go down these little conveyor belts here.
And so all your robot companions, they all have like an effect on the gameplay. They're not just like there for because this guy likes making.
They're all
robots.
there. They're all there to automate stuff for you, because if you do it by yourself, it's fun if you have another person. It's not as tedious. But if you're just like moving ingredients back and forth, then it's not as fun. We wanted to make sure that the Astro Worker wasn't too powerful. You have to rely on your base management skills and using these robots as efficiently as possible to build these bases out and get your ingredients. I'm gonna
some more
show
money
you some of
rolling
some of the vehicles we have. This is my little vacuum tank.
Nice.
So I can suck in a bunch of ingredients at once.
Oh wow.
And then now,
will it fit? Is it? No.
Send that down to him.
Wow. Using the power of technology.
And go to power technology, buy another robot. And so these guys will basically throw this to him, and he'll start moving this stuff up.
Wow. So seeing RTS,
Yeah, there's like a build order a little bit,
Yeah, yeah. Totally.
And if you're playing with other people, you can delegate who's going to do what. Let me see. I think there's the days last 5 minutes.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you get a report. See what your sales are like, what your rivals' sales are like, and you get a little base salary.
Hilarious. Wow.
So I'm gonna jump back in and try to find some of my other vehicles and things. I believe there's one up here.
Because I will say, like, the first time seeing this right now, like, there is like a lot going on, and like you said, like this is the second tutorial, but so like ultimately though the goal is to make soup, and just gain control of the market.
Gain control of the market, and you can see now on the top right corner, you see you'll see our soup is shipping. You see like the little 40% there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's how much market share we have. And then there's right now, this is the training tutorial level, so our rivals aren't going to be too strong.
Okay.
But as you progress through the game, they start sending more enemies. Did I just break something?
I was gonna say that's another robot companion.
This is a pogo stick that is now stuck. This is in early access on Steam.
Yeah.
So you'll notice like there's some slowdown and stuff. We're running this off of a Steam box that we got at Steam Dev Days a few years ago. So it's
thanks Valve. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a great little machine, but it uses a Intel HD video card.
Yeah.
And so we want to. That's our like bare minimum.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, it was, and I saw the thing. It's like tiny. Like
it's tiny. Yeah.
It's amazing that it's running the game.
Got shotguns.
Nice.
Maybe we can get somebody to attack. Hopefully I don't win before then.
That's what I want to see.
I think there's a hoverboard over here too.
Wow. Does the hoverboard just sort of like increase
Hopefully-
your speed?
Yeah, it's a
Movement.
speed boost. Yeah. Helps you get around the planet quicker.
1,000 basics. Wow, quite a bit, yeah.
I'm not very good with it.
And down you go. Market share is, yeah, still gaining the market share. Things are going well.
So yeah, this factory is pretty automated now already because it's put together pretty well. But yeah, and it's a 2-player local co-op, 4-player online. We want to do a competitive multiplayer mode, but that is really going to be contingent upon how it does on Steam when it goes to day one and when it hits PS4.
Yeah.
If we get the demand, then we'll go ahead and we'll put something like more meaty in it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do you, in terms of like release date, when are you looking to?
So it's out on PS4 next week.
Oh wow. Okay.
And that has everything like the multiplayer and all that are already in. The Steam version is still in early access because we finished PS4 first, and we've got to finish like Steam leaderboards, trading cards, our online play, optimization. We get all that stuff locked down.
Yep.
And I think it should be at 1.0 for Steam in June.
Okay. Cool. I didn't realize it was going to be available so soon, at least on PlayStation 4.
And show you maybe another one of the planets.
Just see some of the environmental changes. Oh. So like
It's just Space Winnebago crashing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm getting some Spaceballs vibes from that. It's a Winnebago.
So like in this level, I can only use the one rocket.
Okay.
I have to work around with this small base here. It's already been created. The environment deforms, it collapses. You have to be careful not to destroy your base by digging too much.
Yeah. Just crushing it.
This little blue material here is the matter that we
Okay.
use to make all of our buildings.
Okay. Oh, and so this one is pretty much like you are tasked with like kind of building the entire.
Yeah, this is a normal stage here.
Yeah.
You can see like some of the fluid dynamics come in effect here.
I was gonna ask you about that. I wanted to see like how the fluid dynamics came into play.
Please pardon the slowdown.
It's a lot of fluid. It's going deep. Wow. Now is that at the bottom of the screen there? Was that like bedrock? Like you can't go any further than that?
Yeah, I don't know how deep this level goes.
That's what I'm curious about because, wow, it just keeps
Hopefully
going down.
Hopefully I don't die.
Do you have like an oxygen meter?
So there's an oxygen meter, yeah, and you'll find little pockets of oxygen around the levels as you explore. Let's see.
I'm actually wow, and there you go.
What's down here?
A whole another area that is now filling up with water.
Oh, there's some oxygen. I'm gonna eat some of these mushrooms to get my health back. Hopefully I don't die.
Wow, this is like
Yay,
a lot
oxygen.
of different like mechanics in play.
Yeah, there's tons of different things going on in this game. And then after you've beat a stage, you can go back, and I know there's a lot of people that might like the kind of Terraria or Minecraft-esque elements of the game. You can go back and just do a free play.
Terraria. That's what I was just gonna say. It reminded me of is you just kind of like this huge world that you're able to just kind of go around and terraform and.
Yeah, it's like Soupcraft. It's like we would
Yeah.
when we kind of say here. It's like got a little bit of that.
Totally.
But when I think we all like Terraria, we all like Starbound and Minecraft. Big fans in the office, but we wanted to make a game that was a little bit more structured.
Sure.
Sometimes in sandbox games, you have to find your own fun,
Yep.
And one of the things that's like was really intimidating for me when I started playing those games is that I had to play with like a wiki open in the other page, you know, like on my other monitor.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to do something. That's where the soup concept and like kind of the market share thing came. So this is very directed. Like you go in, you build your base, you have a goal. Once you achieve that goal, you can go back and do whatever you want. But it makes it, I think, easier to get into for like maybe casual players. And then we've got that second level for the more, you know, hardcore. Like I'm gonna build a huge base and make it like this huge Rube Goldberg, you know, puzzle. You know, and move ingredients around and like have all these defenses, and you can still do that.
Yeah, and which I mean, what you're talking about between like you know, the difference between games like Terraria and Minecraft, which neither of which I've actually played. On my cast, you know, being man versus game, you know, I pretty much play. I don't have to play, but I tend to play games that have like goals in them or challenges set before you that you have to, you know, beat. And so, you know, I tend to kind of prefer those kind of games that, you know, still, like with this one, I could play this one on my cast because, you know, there are, even though it's very open and you know, I could do all kinds of different things on the levels, you know, there still is the ultimate goal of dominating the galaxy
Yeah.
with my
It's
soup.
like, so there's a whole, I mean, and different planets have different types of goals. Like this planet, like, you can't do as many things. Other planets might have pirates attacking you all the time. Other planets might have like poison gas or meteor attacks that are coming down and destroying the environment. So you have to defend against that. So it's pretty good. And we developed this in partnership with Double 11. If you've ever played, if you played Pixel Junk Shooter Ultimate, they did that port on the PS4.
Okay.
They also helped us port Monsters and Shooter to Steam.
Okay.
Wow, this level is huge.
That's what I am honestly amazed with, like each planet that you're just going around on. Like when you were like digging down, and I saw that bedrock that you couldn't dig through, I kept expecting you to kind of like reach the bottom. That, you know, it's like, okay, that's as far as you can go, but it just never happened.
Yeah, we've got, you know, vertical levels, you know, or horizontal levels, vertical levels, and everything has its own little challenges.
Day
Boss
2.
is probably telling me to get to work, and I'm like, I'm exploring.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, day 1's kind of a wash there.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I won't have any money.
Yeah, you have no money. Wow.
So yeah, this is Gnome Gnome Galaxy, and if you're playing on Steam and you know you want to get in, and like the PlayStation 4 version comes out, like I said, next week, but we're still making improvements to the Steam version, and all that stuff will be folded into the PlayStation version through patches. Okay. So, you know, if you pick up the game and, you know, you have some suggestions for us, you know, we're still talking to the community. There's even stuff in the next update that's going to go on Steam pretty soon that's going to improve a few things. So, you know,
sweet.
Just let us know. Just get in and be part of the development.
And I always think that's a very cool thing that's sort of like, you know, that's come about that, you know, fans of the game, you know, you can get in on, you know, just give feedback. And I absolutely appreciate developers who are, you know, open to that feedback.
It was our first time doing something like this, and it's been good. It's been fun because, you know, we take the game up to a show like this, like PAX or something. You get a lot of feedback like straight off from people, and that's always very helpful. When you have like a dedicated group of people that are playing online and giving you feedback on the regular, it's just so helpful, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to compromise what your vision for the game is, but at the same time, you don't want to alienate your fan base and make something that they just don't understand.
Right.
And so it helps, and also as a small developer, it helps us with testing.
Yeah.
Especially on the PC. You know, we've been doing PlayStation games for so long, and we just do, you know, our own testing and our testing with Sony. But for a PC game, you have all these different setups, and so it's invaluable for us to have, you know, people saying, okay, it's not working on this machine because of these reasons, so, you know, can you help us out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that right there is probably why, you know, PC development is probably, you know,
it's
the most difficult.
Challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope everybody gets to try.
Yeah, absolutely. I just like how, like, in this level, like, you really just kind of like were exploring around, like really just kind of showing like the size and the scope of like each planet, which is just incredible. The first thing I kind of noticed was I like how there's like a subtle curve to the level, so it's like you could like this like the size of the planet, which is
there's kind of a curve, and there's also like a little like what's it called, like papery kind of feel to it, like because I think the artist Yamatron, he really likes paper craft stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like everything, little like especially the background feels like kind of like an old cardboard.
Oh, yeah.
Or like a canvas painting or something.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Trying to think of like maybe like a tissue paper kind of like
Yeah,
thing, or which reminds me of like Yoshi's Island or
Paper Mario.
yeah, something like that. Well, very cool. So next week coming out on PlayStation 4.
Yep.
Nom Nom Galaxy. Check it out. And I'm sorry, when were you kind of shooting for a release on Steam?
Steam we're hoping to be finished on Steam in June.
Maybe like around June.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we've got Tomorrow Children coming out on the PS4. That's what the majority of our studio is working on that. We've got about 7 people working on this.
Wow.
And they're going to steal. I'm a producer on this title. They're going to steal our people for Tomorrow Children, which is coming. So
Gotcha.
I'm at the bottom.
I thought you reached the bedrock. Like,
They're
there
gonna
is
steal
a
our
bottom.
people. So that's why it's so important for us to like if we get a good response from everyone, I can say, hey Dylan, we need to do more. People love this game.
Yeah.
So if you love it, let us know.
Sweet. And absolutely. And is there any like on Twitter or anywhere where they
You can
follow
find us on Twitter at PixelJunk News. You can find us on Facebook also, just PixelJunk. You can follow me on Twitter at Porkins with a 0 and a 1.
Porkins.
Because I'm so leet.
That's the leet spelling of the name.
Yeah.
With
Everyone took people. I'm the OG Porkins, man.
I was just gonna say the Star Wars references.
Yeah, it's from playing Descent.
Really?
A long time ago. I was always the first person to die, so they started calling me Porkins.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought yours was like some deeper reference that I just.
Inside. I'm a fat British guy.
Yeah, I'm like a fat white guy.
Yeah.
Like just.
I didn't want to say white. I don't see color.
Okay. So I see color.
People tell me I'm black because I might get shot.
Yeah. John, thank you so very much for joining me on the cast. I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna let that go.
Thanks for having us on. It was good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for holding my mic.
Yes, Dan. Yeah, very poorly right now.
Yeah.
You never want to be doing this with the mic. That's.
Yeah.
But yes, we are gonna take a short break. And
wait, before we go.
Yes.
Bit Summit in July. The other Indie Fest, this will be the third one. Hopefully Twitch will be there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big show. And hopefully all of these guys will be there. So if you're in Japan, please come. If not, please watch online.
Yeah.
Twitch.
If we're there, and I don't really have anything. I can't say for sure whether that's going to happen. But and that's what I should have asked you. Like, is there anything else that you want to make sure to let people know about out there?
Yeah. Bit Summit. So it'll be July 11th and 12th. This is our third summit. The first year we had about 50 devs. The second year we had about 120 and about 5,000 people come through.
Wow.
And this year is going to be bigger and better than the last. We haven't announced who the keynotes are, but I think we're going to have some good people come out and speak. Last year they debuted, like Gunvolt was debuted there.
Oh, sweet.
The first year, Pixel, he debuted Garo Blaster there. And we announced Nom Galaxy there last year. So should be some big announcements, some good indie luminaries.
Yeah.
And we're partnered with the Indie Mega Booth this year too. So Cappy, Double Fine, those guys are coming out as well.
Sweet.
So it'll be a big party in Kyoto.
Sounds like a lot of big players.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, again, John, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
And Nom Nom Galaxy, check it out on PlayStation 4 next week. We're going to take a quick break, just regroup here and get ready for the next segment. So stick around. There is still yet more content to come on day 2 here at Tokyo Indie Fest. And I want to say I am still very excited about our final dev that we're going to be talking to today, who had made a Famicom game very recently. So we're going to be talking with Ricky. So stick around for that, but we'll be right back here. Stay tuned.
dance in a sea of rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. 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 Don't lose the faith in what they stole. Hold on before you let it go. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. Miles and miles we're chasing dreams, living with our young hearts free. For a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. And we'll dance in a sea of rainbows for a life that sets us free. And just when you think you're sinking, you will rise to victory. 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 You will rise to victory.
Yes, we are back here at Tokyo Indie Fest 2015, the first Tokyo Indie Fest ever. And we are just continuing on going through the day, just talking to all kinds of awesome game developers, looking at awesome games. And we have one here right with us right now. Is it Nochi-san? Nochi-san, thank you very much for joining. よろしくお願いします。
のちと申します。
Hi.
よろしくお願いします。
Yes, and Dan, of course, is here to translate.
Doing my best.
Yes, yes. And we are looking at your game, Kamio Rikoiru.
神よりコイルです。
Yes, which it's an extremely interesting concept. If you want to translate.
コンセプトを説明してもらっていいですか。
はい。このゲームは反動アクションシューティングというもので、打った方向とは逆方向に動いて、でゴール地点を目指したり敵を倒したりしてクリアをしていくゲームです。はい。
So the prime mechanic of the game is basically you can't move. The only way to move is to use the recoil of your own shooting, and you're trying to get to the goal. And there's various additional mechanics that pop up along the way.
Yes, and I thought it looked very interesting because you're using the recoil of your gun to shoot enemies, but that also shoots you backwards. So it's nakanaka musukashi. It's very complex. It's a complex game mechanic.
やり方がちょっと難しい。打とうとすると逆方向に行ってしまったりすると、そういうのがあって面白いですね。
まさしくその通りで、敵を打とうとするけど遠くなるっていうそのジレンマをちょっと楽しみながら戦っていくゲームです。はい。
So the purpose, the aim was to add in those interesting mechanics where you're trying to shoot something, but then it's pushing you backwards, and so he hopes that everyone can enjoy those kind of frustrating but yet also fun moments.
Yes, and it's also the mechanic is very, while it seems complex, it's also very simple as well. Okay. 簡単な, yeah.
そうですね。僕たちのゲームはその簡単な操作で複雑なことを結構よくやるので、はい、これもその一つです。はい、
So this studio's games are often oriented around a simple mechanic that ends up being very difficult to completely master.
Oh, okay. Yes, and I can absolutely see that from this game. Just before we get to the game, can I ask what made you get into game development?
その開発者になろうと思ったきっかけをちょっと。So he, after he became what they call salary man, after he entered became a company worker, his recent projects have been trying to get games at comic conventions and comic markets, and getting games being produced, marketed, and sold at those kinds of locations as well.
Very cool. Yes.
でその子でゲームを作っていたらゲームを一緒に作りたいという仲間に出会いまして、で今この新電研というチームを作って一緒に活動してます。もう10年ぐらいになります。
So while he was doing that, he met a lot of the friends that he's now created this Shindenken studio with, and he's working on making lots of games with them.
Yeah, for about 10 years, I heard.
Yeah, 10 years. Sorry, yes,
10
years he's been doing it.
That's awesome. Okay. Again, sugoi. So, probably, I guess, without any further ado, can we take a look at Kamio Rikoiru?
じゃあ紙リコイルを見せていただけますか？
わかりました。OK です。はい。
はい。
まずこれマウスでするゲームです。で、じゃあスタートを選びます。
The game is only controlled with the mouse. So first you press start.
まずはではチュートリアルのステージから、ステージ1から。
We're going to look at it from the tutorial stage here.
Okay.
こちらマウス マウスに向けて主人公が動くのですが、打った方向とはこうやって反対方向に動きます。
So it moves in the opposite direction that you're shooting, obviously from the recoil.
Right.
で目的はこちらのまずゴールに向かって進みます。
So you can see that the arrow is pointing out the general area where the goal is. So the objective is to try and get to that goal.
でこれですね、打ち続けるとこの体力が減ってしまうんですね。
So if you continue shooting, your kind of HP down on the bottom, you can see it's decreasing as you use your ammo.
でこの減った HP を回復するためにこの回復アイテムを取りながらこう進んでいきます。
So as you're progressing towards the goal, you can collect the items along the way to replenish your HP.
でこちらキャラクターが5人いまして、いろんなキャラクターがいます。
There's 5 different characters that you can play with.
で今こちら炎を使う神尾睦美というキャラクターなんですが、
Right now we're using this character Kamio Mutsumi, who her main weapon is this fire weapon.
Okay.
で他にキャラクターがいまして、この青いキャラクター、こちらレーザーを撃ちます。
So now we're using a character that has this kind of bouncing laser effect.
彼女は多分私の一番好きなキャラクターですよ。That's probably my favorite character in the game.
The laser character?
Yeah.
でこういう風にしてまずゴールにたどり着きます。まずレベル1終了です。
All right, so now we finished level 1.
And I want to say you're very good despite playing on your leg right now.
足で操作しているのにとてもうまくやってますね。
簡単なステージなんでなんとかできてます。
It's only level 1, so we'll see if he can keep this up.
That's true. そうですよね。
じゃあレベル2いきます。
All right, next is level 2.
はい、行きましょう。
でこの先ほどレーザーを使ったんですが、今度は緑色のこのバズーカのキャラを使います。
So now we're going to try using this bazooka character here.
このバズーカのキャラクターは撃ってこの爆風で敵を巻き込んでまとめて倒すことができます。
So basically, the merit of this character is that it's got splash damage with the bazooka here.
Good for taking out groups of enemies.
でこの動いているキャラクターは敵キャラなのでこうやって倒していきます。
So as we're continuing along, we're going to take out the enemies.
接触するとこうダメージを受けてしまいます。
So when you touch the enemies or the flying bullets, you're going to, of course, lose your HP.
でキャラクターによって異なりまして、黄色いキャラクターはこうバルカン砲を撃つことができます。
So the yellow character has this Vulcan gun that we're using here.
で今度はピンク色のキャラクター、これは唯一攻撃ができないキャラクターです。
This pink character is unique because it's the only one that can't attack.
Yeah.
It just she just can move.
でも早いね。
はい、早いですね。移動だけなんですけど、移動だけはものすごくしやすいキャラクターです。
So she can only move, but she's very good at doing the moving.
Yes. She's
でこれレベル2をクリアになりました。
cool.
で今度はレベル3なんですが、ルートが2つに分かれてます。
So for level 3, we've got 2 choices where we can proceed here.
ゲームの中ではこのようにルートがいくつか分岐しているところがあって、自分の得意なところに進むことができます。
So you can kind of identify the types of levels that you're good at playing and aim for a route that allows you to play those levels.
今度はじゃあちょっとあれですね、敵が少ないけどちょっと長いステージを選んでいます。
So he just chose a level that is long, but there are fewer enemies.
Okay.
でこれ敵がいっぱいいてちょっと倒しづらいんですが、その場合サブウェポンを使います。サブウェポンを使うことによって
So he's going to use the alternate weapon of this character right now to take out this batch of enemies.
There are alternate weapons. Oh. 知りませんでした。
少ないです。はい。初めの方のステージなので簡単にしてやります。
So we're still in the first world, so this stage is relatively easy.
So the alternate weapon is that how do you use the alternate weapon?
サブウェポンを使うにはなんて操作すればいいんですか？
右クリックを押しながら敵をカーソルに合わせます。
So basically, you just you right click, and you put the cursor over the enemies to get a lock on and to use the weapon.
やっぱり。
やっぱり。
で中にはこのように特別な壁がありまして、この緑色のバズーカでないと壊せません。
So we've run into a special wall here that can only be destroyed by the bazooka.
I want to say to the viewers at home, yappari means as I suspected. I was expecting it was going to be the right click, so.
でこう進めていくと敵がいっぱいいたりするので、
It's very.
今度は
Oh.
やられちゃう。うーっと
Oh. So it's difficult. Can he get through? See, I thought, and that's what I think is the interesting mechanic is you use the recoil to move toward the goal, but at the same time you want to be shooting enemies as well. So it's
やっぱりそのリコイルじゃないと動けないっていうメカニックが一番面白いと思いますね。
このゲーム昔ファミコンでアストロロボササというのがあったんですね。アストロロボササです。
There was a game very similar to this for the Famicom. Astro Robo
ササ、アストロロボササ。
Sasa.
それはゲームのコントローラーパッドでやるこのようなハンドを使ったゲームなんですけど、これをちょっとマウスで作ってみようっていう。
So that was only a control pad, obviously, and so his idea was to make that next for the mouse.
Okay,
for the
yeah.
PC.
And it seems to work very well with the mouse control.
でそしたらこういうゲームができましたということで、キャラクターを変えたりするのも私たちのオリジナルで入れました。
Another one of the original ideas was the multiple character format, each character with their different merits and demerits.
Sure, which adds a layer of strategy to the game.
作戦のさらに深い作戦が、そうです。キャラクターを入れることで、作戦が深まります。
で、このステージ、舞台1と書いてるステージ1なんですが、レベルが1から5まであります。
For this first world here, we've basically got 4 levels. Actually, he's calling this world a stage. So we're on stage 1. Stage 1 has 5 levels.
Okay, okay.
レベル5にはこのようにボスがいて、ボスを倒すことで次のまたステージが進むことができます。
So the final level is the boss level, and then we can go on to the next stage.
ボスが。
じゃあボス戦をやってみましょう。
He's going to try the boss level.
I really want to see this
Using his
boss.
pants, everyone.
この右側のメーターが敵のボスの体力です。
So the bar on the right is the HP of the boss.
じゃあこの好きだと言われるレーザーでちょっと戦ってみましょうか。
なんていうレーザーですか？
これ反射レーザーです。
So he's going to try and beat the boss using the reflector laser.
Okay. And
今使ったのはホーミングレーザーですね。
So we just had a homing laser as the alternate attack.
当てやすいんですけど2発しか撃つことができません。
So it's very accurate, but you can only shoot 2 shots.
Balance. It's balanced.
やられちゃいそうですね。難しい。
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this.
体力が少なくなったんで相手の攻撃法が変わりました。
So the boss, the HP has gone below 50%, and so it's changed its attack pattern.
So phase 2.
フェーズ2。
Phase 2.
キャラクターによってはこうやって攻撃力が強かったり移動速度が速かったりしていろいろと差がつけられています。
So you have to find a balance between the characters that are good at moving and have weak attacks, and the characters have stronger attacks but not as good at moving.
And it looks like this boss, you have to constantly keep moving to stay alive.
この攻撃も僕はガンダムが好きなんですけどガンダムの武器をモチーフにしてます。
So he really is a fan of Gundam, and he has used Gundam as the inspiration for the types of attacks that we're seeing here.
Oh, okay.
ファンネルってやつですね。倒しました。
Oh,
there goes the boss.
やりました。
これでレベルステージ1はクリアです。
Okay, so now we finished stage 2 by beating the boss here.
Cool, very cool. So this game, is it available to buy anywhere right now?
このゲームはどこで購入できますか？
このゲームはですね、今のところ秋葉原のオタクショップと呼ばれる、虎の穴とかメロンブックスで買うことができます。もしくは3月うさぎで買うことができます。
So right now the game is available at various otaku shops here in Akihabara, and it's going to be formally released in. For example, the types of shops that it's available in are Tora no Ana and. 3月うさぎ various shops here. They've got demonstration stations set up in various tents around, and you can buy it there.
Okay.
このイベントの場、この東京インディーフェスでパッケージ版を売っております。
They're also selling it here at Tokyo Indie Fest today.
Okay. What if, like an American, or do you have any plans to try to sell your game to the rest of the world?
例えばアメリカ人がじゃあこのゲームを買いたいってなったらどういう風に手に入るんですか？
英語版ですとこれ日本語版をそのままアップロードしてるんですが、インターネットの DL サイト .com にアップロードします。
日本語版ですね。
日本語版です。
So the Japanese version is available for download online at dl.com, at dl.com. dlsite.com.
Okay. dlsite.com. Okay. And so if you know Japanese, you can download this game right now?
英語版はどうですか？
的には英語版で Steam で出したいと思ってます。
So he's planning to release this on Steam eventually, an English version of this game. Yeah.
Cool. That's do you know about when that might happen?
それはいつ頃になりそうですか？
ちょっとまだ未定なんですけど、早ければ今年中ぐらいにやりたいなと思ってます。
Hasn't been totally decided yet, but if things progress smoothly, maybe sometime this year.
Okay, cool. I look forward to that because I would like to play this game at home.
楽しみにしてます。
ぜひお願いします。
Well, thank you very much for showing us your game, and thank you for coming on the stream today.
見せていただいてありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Well, I guess we're gonna take a short break again. Get ready for the next developer. Get them in here as soon as possible, and we'll continue on with more coverage here at Tokyo Indie Fest 2015 here on the Twitch live stream. Don't go away.
Yeah.
Run when the rhythm's right, go into the night, go until you're out of sight, and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right, go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, breaks my heart, breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart.
Hello and welcome back to Tokyo Indie Fest 2015, the first of its kind, hopefully the first of many. And I believe we've already jumped right into visual of the game. Are we? No. Okay, here we are. Now we're back here. It's just us dudes just sitting around. Nice. Yeah. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we're here to talk about your game, Rollers of the Realm.
That's right. Yeah, it's a pinball RPG.
Awesome, which I loved when I heard this because that's honestly two of my favorite things. Honestly, one of my favorite things is adding RPG elements to anything.
Yeah, we kind of did that with pinball RPG. It's like every pinball is a different character in the game, and each one, just like you'd expect from an RPG, has different characteristics. And in pinball, they've got different ball sizes and ball weights. And yes, we've heard every ball joke that you can imagine on this one. But feel free to
that was
take a stab.
my whole interview right there. I was just going to make ball
Yeah.
jokes. So
All right, see ya.
We're done. Yeah. No, honestly, I love pinball games.
Cool.
They're just fun.
Yeah. Well, this one's like action RPG style. I qualify it as maybe a mid-core game. It's not super deep, but it's also a lot more deep than you would expect from standard pinball.
Cool.
So I can get into some gameplay if you want to check that out. Or
Let's do that. Yes.
Yeah, sure, man.
Keeping
so
these viewers waiting all day.
It's a story-based game, so every level is a different scene in the story. And it starts off with a rogue who's traveling from town to town looking for some coins to fill her pockets. Right now she's trying to enter the town, but they've told her she can't come in, so she's looking for a way to get in.
Okay, cool.
Now this ball is like a light, agile ball. and we actually allow you to do tilting in the game. So, okay, so now it's telling you need to bring your dog out. This is the Japanese version of the game. We launch in Japan in about 2 or 3 weeks on PS4 and PS Vita.
Wow.
And it's right now is available on Steam and PS4 and PS Vita in North America and Europe, in Australia.
And it's in English.
It is in English in
Okay.
those territories, yeah, but it's also French, Italian, German, and Spanish, so it's
Nice.
yeah,
Wow.
multilingual.
Now, and your development team is based out of Canada?
Yeah, we're Toronto-based, and we're a team of 11. And when we did this game, we'd ballooned up to about 22 people, and you know, just trying to make it work as a small studio.
Yeah, I mean, it's very cool hearing that you already have like such wide language support on the game. It's kind of a rare.
Well, it seems to have gone over pretty well here at the show, and I wasn't really sure how we were going to do, but everyone's pretty darn excited about this game here, so I hope that bodes well for us.
Who doesn't love pinball?
I know, right? It's we even have a level that's a little bit like Japanese pachinko, so people thought that was pretty funny when they saw that one.
Really, hilarious. I've never understood the pachinko thing. It's like, I mean, I guess because I just don't like gambling, but it's just too much going on. But so what's going on in this?
Yeah,
in this
what's
screen?
going on here is I found a secret way to get into the town, which is via the sewer. And so this is to teach you various aspects of gameplay. So in here, I'm able to tilt the ball using the left stick, and that represents agility in our RPGs. So the smaller, lighter balls are usually more easily able to tilt.
Okay.
So I'm going to tilt her around until I can find a way to escape, which is handily marked for me with the green arrow. And we'll go to the next scene in the story, which is where things start to heat up a little bit.
Cool.
There's 6 chapters in the story. There's about 30 story levels and 5 arcade boards, which are like time attack or boss rush type
Well, let's make this quick
gameplay.
then.
Cool.
We shan't wear out our welcome.
I noticed there's a dog in the corner there. Is
Yeah,
that-
it's her pet dog. Plays a pretty crucial role in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, not only can she summon the dog as a multi-ball,
Okay.
so every character has a special ability that they can activate. We'll find out the hard way if we get very far in this level what happens to that dog. Nothing horrible.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's a happy ending to this game.
I was a little worried because it
But,
seems pretty harsh.
Yeah. So now she's trying to keep collecting coins. She can pickpocket villagers when she
All right,
bounces into
better
them.
head out.
I'm just going to skip past some of this dialogue. I'm not sure who your audience is, but if they don't read Japanese, they're not missing much.
I was actually wondering what the dog said. Like,
Mostly dog noises.
Okay.
Yeah, our
okay.
sound guy's dog played itself in this game, so.
So far, all it's been is just sniff, sniff has been the only line.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, good.
So here's a scenario where our young rogue comes across a drunken knight and is trying to figure out if maybe she should step in and rescue him. So it's a bit non-traditional in that sense, which we really like. Also, our character lineup is pretty diverse. We've got a lot of different characters. There's 10 in total that you can get in this game.
Wow. And I'm really noticing, like, beyond just because usually when you hear like it's X game type plus RPG elements, it just means like there's leveling up or there's some kind of progress beyond like just playing the one game, and like here it's actually like when you say it's RPG plus pinball, there's actually like a story and the characters are.
There's a whole narrative in this game, which is really weird for pinball, and I think we do a pretty good job at it. We have little cutscene moments that don't take too long, and the characters are really embodied in the gameplay. Their special abilities and their passive abilities are each pretty unique, so there's a real strategy and party management, which is another aspect of the game that's pretty important. As you begin to accumulate characters, you learn what their unique kind of attributes are. There's a healer, for example, that'll come in and heal your flippers. Flippers take damage in this game. So you need to keep your flippers alive, and you need to revive characters in order to continue playing.
Okay. So I was kind of wondering that, like, how it breaks down, like, that kind of RPG element.
You begin to collect characters while you play, and each of those. I'll just wait for the VO conference guy to.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't know if you viewers can hear this at home.
I know.
All right, so as you begin to collect characters, those represent your lives in each level. So you really want to keep those characters alive as you continue, because when you run out of balls, you have to start all over again for that particular stage.
Gotcha. There he is.
So here's where they kidnap her dog to take him back to their boss. And now your adventure really begins because in rescuing your dog, you're going to find out a lot of other things are going on around the kingdom.
And there's the knight. Okay. And then they
Yeah,
meet.
this guy's down on his luck. He's a knight that kind of lost his focus, and you're going to help him bring that back during the course of the game story.
There you go.
And I'll just skip through this. It's fully VO'd, the game is.
Oh, cool.
And tons of neat little story moments, and it's pretty whimsical storyline, and it doesn't get too serious. So this is a quick summary of what your stats are, what he's bringing to your party. But you can also go to an item shop and pick up things to augment your characters.
Cool. Now I'm noticing it says you have a choice of continuing to the next level. Is there any reason at all to stay on that?
Yeah,
hill?
there's actually treasure chests in most of the levels in the game, and so if you want to be the collecting person, you'll end up having to maybe try to find the key to open the treasure chest that you missed. So there's kind of a completionist angle on it there.
Which is totally me. Like I can't move on unless I've like 100%ed like a level.
So I'll show you guys a store. So this is where you can actually hire on new characters to join your party, and you can augment the characters that you already have. And usually you need, I've probably got enough gold to buy something.
Wow.
So
I just noticed it looks like you can gather quite a large party there.
You can get a nice little dagger here for 400 gold. I've still got some change left, so I'll buy a cloak for her as well. And that's about all I can afford here, so I'll mosey back on over. And so now, you know, I've not leveled up, but augmented my character a little bit.
And so, in terms of the pinball mechanics, like what say like the dagger? What did the dagger do for your?
Yeah, so every time you hit an enemy, you do a certain amount of damage. The rogue's passive ability is she does a lot more damage from behind, so she effectively backstabs.
Oh, okay.
Some of these items will increase that backstab or the chance of critical hits. Can increase her agility, can make it harder to damage the flippers for certain characters. So the knight's special ability is actually to summon a shield that stops the ball from sewering.
Yeah.
And then that you can extend the duration of that because it's time limited. So initially it might last 10 seconds, but if you upgrade him, it might last 20 seconds or 30 seconds.
Wow.
So this is an example of the puzzles that we have in this game. It's a puzzle that's gated by the different flippers. You have to keep certain flippers open or certain flippers closed.
Gotcha.
And it's sort of also telling you how to switch characters, which you can do on the fly.
Okay.
So let's see if I can do that. So you can cradle a character, and you can switch to a different party member just by hitting up or down on the left thumbstick.
Okay.
And his job is a bruiser. He's a tank. So
Yeah.
he's going to destroy these obstacles that are blocking your progression in the scene. And then you can bring her back and squeeze past a little area that he's saying right here he's too fat to get through, basically.
Okay.
So let's see if I can bring the rogue back. There
It's
we
gotta
go. And she'll be able to fit through there.
There she goes, the agile rogue.
And she's then introduced to a new character. So some people are introduced during the storyline. They're new characters that you meet in the story, and then others are ones that you earn gold and hire them on.
Cool. Again, I'm really like when you were describing like what the dagger does and what the like the way the rogue does more damage from behind.
Yeah.
Like you really managed to like mix the rogue or the RPG elements with the pinball game very well.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying is it looks like pinball from the outset, and you're kind of like, okay, I get that part of it, but then the further you get into gameplay, the more you realize. Here, I just grabbed a key, actually. So now I'm going to use my tilt to go over, and I found another item, which is cool. So
Cool.
And there's some vermin up here. We have different types of enemies. There's human enemies. There's these kind of bats and rats and other creepy crawlies.
Your standard kind of.
Okay, so now I've cleared that stage, and I don't know if we want to play through the rest of it, but you know, this is chapter 1 of this multi-chapter epic storyline. We've got big bosses at the end of each chapter, and it's a pretty classic RPG in that sense.
Yeah, I honestly, again, I'm just what I went into expecting. What I expected from this was, you know, it's just going to be mostly a pinball game with, you know, maybe you could like level up a character. In fact. like I didn't expect it to be integrated so much. Like
Yeah,
like
it's-
the ball actually being the character.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
it's mashed up to that extent. And I mean, when you have the full audio of the game and you kind of get into the storyline, you actually really feel these characters are embodied in the pinballs, which is such a crazy idea.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
But it seems to work very well. So now you already mentioned like the game is already available.
Yeah,
in
so it's
English.
on Steam right now. It's on PSN. It's cross-buy and cross-play as far as I remember. And Japanese launch should be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I don't have an exact release date, but soon.
Yeah, soonish.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean that's excellent, and the game looks great. I honestly am going to be checking it out on Steam.
Terrific, man. Thanks.
Because it just seems like a great game to sort of like idle away, some
Yeah, it
minutes.
takes about 8 to 12 hours to finish, so it's
Really?
a good weekend activity.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Now, what? Just real quick, since you've now
Yeah,
since
sure.
we've now seen this
Yeah,
level
I
here.
can't stop myself from playing my own game.
No, I get it. Now, this isn't like a boss fight. This is another.
This is another
setup.
level, but you're trying to get to the boss, so this is kind of like a threshold area before you get into the next stage, which is a bit more grim.
Okay.
So this is to teach you the healing and reviving mechanic.
Oh, okay.
So I have a defeated party member, and what I'm trying to do is build up enough mana so that I can revive the defeated character.
Okay.
Because they're your lives. So when you lose all 3 of your characters in your party right now, then you lose the stage.
Okay.
I just got a mana multiplier as well, which makes it easier for me to grab. So now what I do is I swap to my defeated character
Okay.
and revive that character. So now I've got 3 balls back again.
Nice. And the knight is back in action.
Yeah,
Here
that's
come
right.
and then he's just gonna stomp the enemies.
He actually knocks him down pretty good.
Bruiser, nice. Ugh.
In his storyline, he's drunk, so he tends to lurch around. You can't fully control him 100%.
Yeah.
Until later in the story, he sobers up a bit.
Just seems like your basic like heavy tank kind
Yeah,
of
that's right. Yeah.
character. Shh. Very cool. I'm loving it. It's Rollers of the Realm, and available now in English on many
English,
platforms.
French, Italian, German, Spanish, and soon to be Japanese.
Yes, which is crazy that you've been able to translate it in that many languages.
I did it personally. No, I didn't. I didn't do
Yeah,
it personally.
I know. I was gonna say the Japanese seems very well done as well. So. Well, thank you very much for stopping by the stream.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
very interesting game, Rollers of the Realm. Check it out, everybody. We're gonna take another short break, regroup here, get the next dev up here, and continue on with day 2 of Tokyo Indie Fest. Come to you live from Akihabara, Japan. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome back to Tokyo Indie Fest. I am Man from Man vs. Game, coming to you live from Akihabara, Japan. Well, it's Akihabara, and then it's like Tokyo, and then Japan. But anyway, it's Tokyo Indie Fest. We're having a blast, just rattling off like through these game devs and looking at these awesome games. I am joined here by Alvin from Dot Warrior Games, a very large, prestigious development company based right here in Japan.
Yeah, in Tokyo.
Wow.
I'm actually. Hold up, before I got to do this first.
Yeah.
What up, Twitch chat? Yeah,
There you
sorry. I needed to do that. Sorry.
It's so cool.
But anyway, so so I'm actually American from Boston, which has a very large indie scene there, and
Yeah.
I used to work in an indie company in Boston as well. I moved to Japan about 3 years ago, and because I'm a huge fan of Japanese games, and I worked at a game company. During that time, I made a game called Block Legend. Actually, I put it out and it did well enough that I'm able to do full-time indie right now. And I work with Japanese artists because there's so much amazing talent here that I think that's not being utilized really well enough. But I was a programmer and he was an artist, and like, hey, let's make a game together, and we did.
That's awesome.
So it was.
And the game we're going to be looking at today is Block Legend, or
Yes.
DX.
Yes. Block Legend, it's a retro puzzle JRPG. I just put it out on Steam last month, actually. It's on Steam, Playism, Desera, and also Humble Store as well, if you want DRM free. For PC, Mac, and Linux, actually. Yes.
Sweet. And I remember you were kind enough to give me a code.
Yeah, we met at PAX East.
Yes.
A little bit, yeah. I was
Yes.
like, yay, a big fan. And
yeah.
I was like, if you ever come to Tokyo, I'm more happy to show you around. And then I was like, you're coming? It's like,
And it
that
actually
fast?
happened, yeah. Like,
yeah.
I still can't believe I'm here, honestly. Like, I got the call Monday, flew out Wednesday. Here it is Sunday, and yeah, it's happening.
Nice.
So-
Okay, I guess. I don't know. If you don't have any other questions, we can get into the game. Like
We should. Let's just get right into the game, because the viewers are always like clamoring for the gameplay.
Yeah.
They have no interest in looking at it like just three dudes sitting on chairs.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna just be straight honest. This is originally on iOS and Android, actually, but this is what hence the DX. And so I added controller support, new modes, new content, brand new soundtracks, things like that. So I guess I'll get into the game.
Cool. Yeah.
So you start out by not continuing. So you pick from a wide range of different characters. Like you got the normal JRPG hero. You got like a witch, basketball player. Yeah, you got like a ship from like a side-scrolling shooting game. You got like a race car, a sushi knight, salaryman. They all have different skills, different abilities. Like thrifty. If you go to stores, meet NPCs, you get discounts and idle, things like that. And so yeah, I guess I'll go with
Ninja.
Who do you think I should pick?
Man, honestly, being here in Japan, like honestly, I want to say the salary man. We gotta go with the salary man. Like respect the salary man. Just let him get drunk on the subways. He's had a hard day at work.
Very much. Well, I mean, he's gonna be fighting monsters. He's probably gonna have a harder day.
That's true.
But.
He needs to get really drunk.
So there's different areas you can go to with different monsters and bosses, things like that. So since we're the Salmon, we'll go to Tokyo.
Yeah.
As you can see, a huge city in Japan currently invaded by monsters. As usual, the same. Yeah, and here you can also customize your loadout. So as you play the game, you earn what's called star blocks. You can spend to bring items into it. Give you kind of an advantage. You also have like equipment like swords, armor, things like that. But we'll go vanilla, I suppose. That's fine.
There you go.
Yeah, and then we start.
He's tough, the salary man.
So the puzzle system is based off of a puzzle system called Samagame, which is if you have two or more adjacent blocks that are matching. Oh, well, we ran into a monster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it comes out. So each block does different effects. Of course, we have like the sword, which attacks. You have the gold sword, which destroys 3x3 like a bomb. And so the enemy, after 3 turns, or depending on how high your agility is, they'll attack you back.
Okay.
Of course, green does a magic attack, shield. You want to keep that up so it reduces the damage that you take.
Okay.
And yeah, so this is kind of compressing down. I was a big fan of Puzzle Quest and Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, and but I thought there was no real kind of Japanese equivalent of puzzle. I guess there's like Puzzle and Dragons, all those different like I guess what they call gacha games here, but they all like in-app purchase type of stuff, and I'm just like, I just want to make puzzle JRPG.
Yeah.
And yeah, here it is.
It's very Japanese. This
yeah.
one.
Thing is, it's I mean, honestly saying, like, showing this on Twitch is kind of weird because, it's something that you kind of get involved in, kind of think about it. Like, I've been showing it off over there, and everyone's like, I don't know, a puzzle game, like, is that okay? And I'm like, yeah. But then once you start playing, they're there for like 20 minutes, and you just like don't stop. And
I remember that. I was standing there talking to you while I was waiting to talk to somebody else, and I remember there was a guy playing your game like the entire time. Like, he had been playing it for quite a while.
Yeah. So you go, and when you're walking around, there's shops that you can go to, and at the end there's a boss battle at the end. Yeah. And then checking. So during the game, you can also have you get quests that you can complete to earn star blocks with, and use that to unlock the characters, the regions, things like that.
I just love the jab move he was doing with the umbrella there.
Yeah.
It's like Homeboy with the umbrella is just doing massive damage. Now he's fighting like a giant robo like Easter Island head.
Oh
thing.
yeah. The amount of we have some pretty interesting monsters, which I can show you after this actually. Yeah. So you go, and then you can also, and then you level up. You can oh shoot.
Sweet.
So finish that up. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of roguelite, I would say. Yeah, definitely not gonna say roguelike, but you're always starting from the level 1 and you keep going until you die, basically.
Yeah.
I've seen people play like 3-hour games of this. I was like, wow, like I haven't even gotten that far, but
wow.
Yeah.
Does it ever happen that like on the board there's no two blocks alike?
Yes,
together?
that happens. There's a penalty. You get minus 25%. You get 25% health penalty on you, and then it resets. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, I see people just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go like like.
Sorry,
just play super erratically like that. But if you do it like that, then you're gonna die eventually.
Yeah, I can't believe I just noticed this, but you are actually fighting a sexy burger.
Oh right.
What is the story there, Alvin?
So yeah. Oh shoot. So like so I just added in random adjectives, I guess like flavor text, like I don't know, Rogue Legacy, right? Those different I guess modifiers. Thing is, I actually wanted that to actually modify the enemy, like add in like more agility or a skill or something like that. But thing is, I'm also I did everything but art, and this is actually the first game I ever designed by myself. I mean, I'm primarily an engineer. And so my old companies, I would program the tools like, I made this cool data-driven monster system or skill system. And then making this, it's like, yeah, I did it. And well, time to make like the monsters. I was like, man, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So just put them right in there. So you just defeated the scary burger. Okay. Salaryman is he's on a roll.
Yeah, and I guess we can skip to the boss for a little bit.
Oh, sure. There you go. Which I love this. This is now you're not gonna be able to do this in the actual game. This is totally dev cheats here.
Yeah, my little debug menu for demo purposes, but yeah, boss does get pretty hard.
Okay.
After this, you defeat the boss, and you'll go to another stage, and just keep going as long as you want.
Or as long as you can.
As long as you can.
Yeah. So it gets more difficult. Okay. The old samurai. Wow.
Yeah. Each different region. Well, yeah. Each region has different bosses, and I mean, I guess I can show you some of them actually.
Yeah.
Collection. Bunch.
So there's the
NPCs you can meet. Yeah. I mean, the artist I work with, he's absolutely amazing. Like he never made a game before in his life either.
Really?
As well.
I like the style. I'm a sucker always for pixel art, kind of retro style, and this definitely has a very cool.
And
feel
also
to it.
in the DX version, we have BGMs for.
I wish we could hear it right now.
Wait, you can't hear it right now.
The people watching might be able to.
Oh, but the chiptune soundtrack for this is like amazing. Also,
Okay,
only
yeah.
for this version.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I guess that's that really. I mean, I guess you can check it out for yourself. It's out now.
Yep. Out on what were the platforms again? Steam.
Steam, Playism, Humble Store, and also recently Desera as well. Actually.
Oh, cool. Absolutely, Block Legend. I personally have it because Alvin was kind enough to personally give me a code. But I recommend absolutely checking it out on any of those platforms. Really, I was gonna say Steam, but that's just my preference. I'm sure it's most people's preference, honestly. But cool. Is there anything else that you wanted to make sure that people out there watching know about Block Legend DX?
DX. a lot of love was put into this game, and it's a little buggy, but it's okay now. But yeah. So
You can patch
please-
that.
Yeah, it's been. Oh man, I've been like bug fixing. I was like, there were like panels on Friday, and I'm just like sitting there, on my little laptop, just like in case anyone bought it. I didn't. Well, engineer is like it's embarrassing. I would say. Incredibly
honestly-
embarrassing. Oh my
There's
God.
one thing I just want to mention this. Like I was a little disappointed. Like I didn't know if you were gonna like rock the night helm.
Not on Twitch.
Not on Twitch. Yeah, I
no,
probably.
I mean, it's a little.
Would have been going a little bit
yeah.
far. But yeah, no, dude's totally got like an awesome like night helm. It's, have you been wearing it at all over at your?
My limit is about 10 minutes because then it starts getting like super heavy and very hot.
I can
so,
imagine.
Yeah.
But you have been wearing it over there.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
If you want to take a picture with it, or you even want to wear it later. I don't know.
I feel like I'm being very forceful. I'm like, put the damn helm on, like right now, like that.
Yeah. What do you think of this event so far? I mean, yeah.
It's great, honestly. Like it's the way I think of it is like when I think of like indie games, like I think like most people, well, like most Americans and like Westerners or whatever. I tend to think of like a lot of like American indie devs. Maybe like there's some Dutch guys like Vlambeer or guys from Sweden like.
So me and
Denathan.
Oger Muppin, the download guy, we run a monthly indie dev meetup in Tokyo called Tokyo Indies actually. And
Yeah.
most of the guys who it's a monthly thing. You can show off your demos. You can grab a drink. Talk shop with other developers. Most of the guys who go there, they're here, and that was really awesome to see. So
Yeah.
I mean, the indie scene here is pretty early, but it's getting there. I mean,
Yeah, and I mean it's what I think is so cool that like an event like this and Twitch streaming from the event, it helps get out word that yes, there are
absolutely.
many indie game developers here in Japan as well.
Yeah, my hope is for some more Western media to come maybe come. This is also the first year, so gotta give us a break a bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can't expect it to be like like a PAX Prime.
Oh, yeah.
In Tokyo this soon. So it seems like there's just been a lot of people walking through on Saturday and Sunday here.
It's great. Yeah.
And hopefully, I mean, the hope is that it just leads to many more opportunities for guys like you and.
Well, mostly, I mean, I feel like being American kind of cheating. But yeah, guys like all those guys over there. Yeah.
But you still live in Japan, right?
Yeah, I've lived here for 3 years.
Really?
I actually live near Akihabara, so it's kind of like my backyard. So it's kind of cool.
Which is awesome. No, I mean you're totally part of the scene here. Like it's so, I mean you're from Boston, like you said.
Yeah.
It's cool. Overall, I think the event has been great. Dan, like you guys, the people running
I
it.
mean, great job. Thanks so much for it. Sure, your arms are pretty tired. I'm good. Yeah.
Dan was actually telling me earlier how like during one of the segments like he was holding a mic for John Davis for Nom Nom Galaxy.
Yeah.
And John wasn't even really playing the game, and so it was just kind of like awkwardly holding the mic for.
Just like
still. But it's good. Like
cool.
you
Thanks.
grabbed
I
it.
guess, is there anything else, or?
Not at all. Do you want to like take us into like the break here? Do you want to like just take us into the break and?
Yeah, I suppose we'll be back after this. I don't know. I've never done this before, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Perfect. So we'll be right back. Hello, yes, welcome back to Tokyo Indie Fest. It's the first Tokyo Indie Fest ever. It's 2015. And yes, I'm still Man from Man vs. Game. I bet you didn't think we were going to be back this fast, did you? We're moving pretty quickly today because we have so many awesome game devs that we want to get in on the live stream. And here is another one right here with me. I am joined by Kitao-san. And he has an awesome game that we're going to take a look at called Popo Roko.
Yes,
Popo Loco.
Popo Roko desu.
So it's so Kitao-san, thank you very much for joining me.
こちらこそありがとうございます。
なんか英語でなんか
日本語
大丈夫か？
助かるかな？はい。
You seem,
大丈夫ですよ。
seem to understand. So, but before we look at your game, can you have worked in the gaming industry a long time?
ちょっとゲームを見せていただく前に、ゲームインダストリーはもう長いんですね。
そうですね。もう20年、確か19年ぐらいやっていて、で最初に日本の岐阜にある日本一ソフトウェアっていう、ちょっとマイナーなんですけど、ディスガイアとか、SRPG とかを作ってる会社にいて、でその後トライエースっていう、日本にあるスターオーシャンとか、バラティプロファイルとかを作っている、ゲームデベロッパーに、15、6年ぐらいずっといました。
So he's been working for about 19 years in the industry. At first, he was working at 最初働いてたのは
日本一ソフトウェア。
日本一 software, where he developed games like Disgaea, right? And then he moved to Trias, which released games such as Star Ocean, and he's been there for about 15年でしたっけ? About 15 or 16 years.
Wow. And so on games like Star Ocean, you were the lead director.
Star Ocean ではもう担当的な存在でしょうか。その
バトルの部分のリードプログラムをやっていて、それをずっとやってました。
So he was the lead programmer on the battle system for Star Ocean.
Oh wow, very cool. And you, I think you said you also worked on Valkyrie Profile. Valkyrie Profile.
Profile も。He was the lead of the battle programming for that one as well.
Yes, which are very cool games.
Thank you.
Yes, and so you have a lot of great works that you have done in the past.
いろんな素晴らしいゲームを作っていらっしゃるんですね。
そう。はいはいはい。So I want people to know that at home. Like you are very a very cool individual to have on the
インターネットで
stream.
見ている人たちにそれを知ってもらいたい。
そう。And we are honored to have you on the stream.
本当にここにいてもらって光栄です。
いえ、こちらこそ呼んでもらえて嬉しいです。皆さん。
He's very happy to be here.
Cool. Well, Ja, let's take a look at your game, Popo Roko.
ちょっと見せていただけますか？
わかりました。これは、そうなんですね。ありがとうございます。
So what kind of game is Popo Roko?
どういうゲームでしょうか、このポッポロコ。
そうですね。パッと見はすごくポップで可愛い感じの、ビジュアルなんですけど、これは、アクションパズルゲームです。
So the graphic style is very poppy, but it's actually kind of an intense action puzzle style game.
で、今ちょうどオープニングが流れてるんですけど、基本的にはこの汽車に乗って、前にどんどん進みながらモンスターから逃げるゲームなんですね。後ろからこうオクトパス、タコのモンスターが追ってくるので、はい。
We're currently in the opening scene right now, but the basic aim of the game is you're being chased by a kind of octopus monster, and you've got to stay ahead of it.
Okay.
で、パッと見はこんな感じのすごく3マッチっぽいゲームに見えるんですけど、実際には、こうリアルタイムに進んでいて、少しずつこう何もしていないと汽車が前に進まないんですけど、パズルを消すと前に進むんですね。
So at first it looks like a very standard match 3 style game, but in reality, if you don't touch anything, your train is getting slower and slower, closer, and the monster is getting closer and closer. So as you clear the tiles away, your train moves ahead and you can stay ahead of the monster.
Okay.
で、たまにこうやってずっと走ってるとですね、これ死にそうになっちゃうので、 駅のアイコンを押すとですね、駅に着いてこの間はモンスターが追ってこないです。はい。
So as you keep progressing through the level, it gets faster and more intense and more intense. And when you're about to die, you finally reach the station there at the end, and the station is kind of your safe zone.
で、たまにこういう風にパネルの上にアイテムが出るので、これを使ったりとかすると、例えばこれとか全部同じ色になったりとかするんですけど。
Sometimes you get some items that pop up here in the panel spaces, and you can use those to make special moves.
Okay.
Get special bonuses.
で、こういう風にずっとひたすらパネルを消しながら前に前に進んで、最後はもう本当に己との自分との戦いというか、もうずっとリアルタイムでこうやってぼーっとしてるとこんな風に敵にぶつかっちゃったりとかするので、もうぶつからないようにずーっとこういう風に遊んでいくゲームですね。
So it's kind of just a frantic battle where you're constantly trying to get rid of the panels as fast as you can and stay ahead of the monster.
And so the way you get rid of panels, how do you get rid of panels?
このパネルを消す方法、もうちょっと具体的に説明してもらえますか？
じゃなかったですね。同じ色のパネルをこうやってずーっとなぞると、こうやってパネルが消えていくんですね。
So you basically run your finger along the same colored tiles to get rid of them. でもあれですね、別に一列とかじゃなくても斜めとかでも、
で、まああるんですかね、英語で一筆書きで消せばどんだけでも消せて、で一度にいっぱいのパネルを消した方が前にどんどん進みます。
So it's not like a lineup system. It's more of just a single touch and then a kind of one swipe. And, you can try and get as many panels in same colored panels in one swipe as possible.
Yeah, I wish we had a camera on it, but if you could see his finger, he's just kind of like dragging his finger directly along the tiles, and it's just about getting the combos that way. Oh, and here comes Gunrun. Gunrun's gonna try and there we go, pan down, get the good cross shot there.
そうですね、すごく忙しいゲームで、多分なかなかここまで忙しいパズルゲームってそんなにないと思いますね。お、なんか音があれしてたかな？
音がSo there it goes.
で、例えば実はこれパネルを実はですね、タッチすると色がこういう風に変えれたりとかしてですね。
So there's a couple of different touch strategies. So for example, right now he's just tapping lots of different tiles to try and get a lot of the same color in the same place, which he can then all get with a huge big swipe, like you're just seeing happen right now.
Which that worked out very well. I think Gunrun, when he moved the camera, he somehow just screwed up the audio like completely. I am kidding, of course. We apologize for the audio difficulties, but there it goes. And that's like your reward right there for doing well.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。なかなかこれだんだんこう速くなってくるとですね、しゃべれなくなってくる。
It's getting faster and faster, and he can't really talk at the same time while he's frantically trying to get all of these things.
I know the feeling. It's pretty much what I do for a job is like try to play a game and talk at the same time. It is quite difficult.
逆にこうやってこう僕が死にそうになってるのを皆さんにこう死にそうとかコメントくれるとすごく嬉しい感じですね。
He hopes they're noticing just how stressed out he is right now, how frantic the whole feeling of it is.
I can see, yeah.
Trying to keep from
He's
dying.
going so fast.
しんどい。そうですね。これでもこうぼーっとしてるだけですぐにぶつかっちゃうので、もうこれどんどん消していかないとダメなんですね。
There's literally no moment for rest. You just have to keep doing it.
Yeah. So can I ask what is the highest score you've gotten on your own game?
ハイスコアは個人ハイスコアは
僕は40万か50万ぐらいなんですけど、先ほど今会場でプレイヤブル出してあって、来ていただいたユーザーさんが150万点ぐらい先ほど出されて、それが今世界一番のハイスコアになってます。
So he says his personal high score is about 40,000, but he's got a playable version out on the floor here at TIF, and some random person came up, played it, and got like 150,000, which is currently the highest score in the world for this game right now.
I want to try it now. Now I want to go try to get the high score on the game. It does look very fun. So
we're at like 130,000 right here.
Oh yeah, you almost did it.
あれ個人ってなんだっけ40でしたっけ Okay, sorry. So his score is 400,000. Somebody got about 1,500,000 out on the
okay.
floor.
Yeah.
で一応今商用なので止めてあるんですけど、本当はランキングでワールドランキングがあって、でそれで皆さんで点数を競っていただけるような感じに一応なってます。
So right now we're not connected to the server, but if you have the actual app, there will be a world ranking here where you can see how you stack up to everyone else.
Ah, okay. And so the game, is it available right now?
今もう購入できますかこのゲームは？
まだストアには出ていなくて、
マイク。
ストアにはまだ出てなくて、iOS と Android に、そろそろ、ストアに配信する予定ですね。今月なのか来月なのかぐらいには。でまず最初に日本でリリースを予定しています。
So it's not currently out in the stores, but they're planning a release for Android and iOS soon, perhaps in the next month or so.
Oh, okay.
And first, they'll release in Japan with a later release planned for North America.
もちろんその後英語からまずは開始して、可能であればワールドワイドでリリースを予定しています。
So they're hoping to get a nice English version and then release just worldwide.
That would be cool because the game looks very fun, and I would like to try to beat that high score. I think I could do it. Yeah. できると思っています。
You can do it.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself.
Yes. But Poporoko, it looks looks like a very fun game. Thank you very much for stopping by the stream, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
ありがとうございます。こちらこそ。
ありがとうございます。もう来ていただいて本当にありがとうございました。
こちらこそありがとうございました。
Thanks so much for having me.
ありがとうございました。And so we will now take another quick break. How are we doing on time? I think we're okay on time. We're gonna get ready for the next game that we're gonna be featuring here on the Twitch live stream, coming to you live from Akihabara in Japan. It's the Tokyo India Fest. We'll be right back after this quick break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Tokyo Indie Fest 2015, the first Tokyo Indie Fest. I am so excited to be joined by our guest. This is actually our final guest of the day. I am joined by Ricky.
Hi, my name is Ricky. Nice to meet you.
This guy is so cool. Like, just talking with him, his charisma he's just amazing, and I cannot wait to tell you what this guy has done. Ricky has made a Famicom game, but not just any ordinary Famicom game. Ricky, can you tell us about your Famicom game?
さあまずキラキラスターナイトのことをちょっと紹介してもらってよろしいでしょうか。
はい、ファミリーコンピューターが、生まれてから30年目っていうのにぴったり合わせて何か発表したいって思って、それで新作ファミコンゲームを作ってみました、個人的に。
So, as the 30th anniversary of the invention of the Famicom approached, he felt like he wanted to do something big to celebrate that 30th anniversary. That's why he decided to make a new
もう
game.
一個言いたい。なんつったらいいんだ。俺やらなくっても多分他の人が30年ぴったりにみんな作るだろうって思って焦って絶対間に合わせてやると思ってギリギリだったんだけど作ったの。そしたら他の人も作ってるって思ったのに俺しか作ってなかった。
So he thought he was so sure that on the 30th anniversary of the Famicom there was going to be loads of people putting out new material for the Famicom, and so he thought, I've got to hurry, I've got to get this out on time, and he went sleepless. He did it. The day came, and he was the only one who put out any new material for the Famicom.
And you made the best Famicom game for the 30th anniversary.
いやもう最高のファミコンのゲームを作りましたね。
ありがとう。Thank you.
No problem.
もう3日間ここでずっとインチキ英語喋りまくってたよ。I'm speak English. Yeah, cheap, very cheap.
Yes.
he's been trying out his English skills at the convention over the last couple days, and according to his own estimation, his English is very
cheap.
Cheap.
Very very cheap.
なんかチップの音楽なんか感じが。
チップ？
チップ。
Chip.
そうそう。That's what I 聞いた。チップが。
Yeah.
So what we're saying is, so Ricky has made a game called Kira Kira Star Night. So Kira Kira Star Night. Can we get a shot of the actual the console with the Famicom? And there it is. It's the real thing. And so. Oh, so. There it is. It's the actual cartridge.
2013年だよ。
2013.
And so
これも見せたいな。これがオリジナルで開発したファミコンのカセットだよ。
This is a special cassette that he made, a cartridge that he made especially for this conference.
Yeah.
It's just amazing how you've put so much work into this. So about how long have you spent making this game?
どれぐらい時間かけてこのゲームを作りましたか？
キラキラスターナイトは、2013年に作ったのがオールドバージョン、一番最初のファーストバージョンっていうので出したんですけど、これが1年半。
So the first version that he released was released in 2013, and this is the old original version right here. This one took about 1.5 years to make.
Wow.
そこから今日発表したものっていうのがやっと完成版。これは long time, 2 years ago.
Oh yeah.
So ever since 2013, he's been working to perfect this game in certain ways, which we'll talk about later.
Yes.
And that finally was finished just for this conference. So it took him 2 years.
Yes, and it's so amazing. It's all the more amazing because you're not a game developer by trade. Like you don't make games usually,
もう
right?
仕事が開発者 っていうわけでもないんですよね。
そう、自分は日本の漫画家です。
そう、
メインの仕事は漫画家。
His main job is as a mangaka, a manga writer.
Yes.
持ってきた。
So he's going to show some of the art that he's done.
ジャパニーズ美少女。
グラフィック。Here we go. The zoom. お、ほらほら。
He's a 美少女 artist.
美少女アーティスト、ジャパニーズコミック。
とてもセクシーなんだよ。It's amazing. So I love the artwork and also this work as well. The perfect book. So this making the Famicom game is has been like a hobby for you.
もうこれ趣味でやってるわけですね、このファミコンの。
でも
趣味ですね。
趣味？
Yeah, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
でも本当の理由っていうのは、このゲームを作るきっかけになったっていうのが、うちの近所に、趣味で居酒屋をプロデュースしたんですね。8ビットバー、日本でちょっと流行ってて、でその時日本の法律で、風営法の問題でゲームをやらせちゃいけないって分かった。
So in his area where he lives, he actually opened a Japanese-style bar, an izakaya, a specialty bar called 8-bit, 8-bit, なんていうんだよね。
無人島っていう店を出したんだけれども、その時のお店の店頭用のデモンストレーションとして作り始めたのがキラキラスターナイト。
So the name of the izakaya was Mujinto, and the idea was to have a place where people could play games while they're drinking, but there's a law in Japan that doesn't allow for that. But ファミコンだったらできるんですね、そのバーの中で。
いや、そうではないんだな。ゲームをプレイしちゃダメだけど、眺めて映ってるだけだったらいい。で、今まであるファミコンゲームってタイトル画面のまんま一枚絵だったんだよね。で、そういうのが嫌で自分で作って常に動いてて楽しいやつを作った。
So you're not allowed to play the games at the bar, but you can view the games like at the bar. So he decided to make his own game that was very pretty to look at, very beautiful to just watch going along like on the screen. Right?
And it is. It's probably the most beautiful, Famicom game I've seen. So.
もう見たことのないぐらい今まで見たことのあるファミコンのゲームの中で一番綺麗なゲームです。
めちゃめちゃ頑張った。
でしょ？そうそうそう。
日本語が通じてる。
Yeah, I keep forgetting. I want to speak Japanese, but I can't. So.
おお、通じてるよ。なんつったらいいんだ。understand.
Yes, yes. その希望が分かってますか？はい、そう。So, could you show us?
見せていただけますか？
見せましょう。
見せよう。
じゃあまず皆さんに見せたいのはキラキラスターナイトのファーストバージョンっていうのをまず見せます。
So first, he would like to show you the first original version of Kira Kira Star Night that he made.
Yes. Because we'll see. これは
この絵がね、東京インディフェスの画面が。
Tokyo Indie Fest.
いや、これ3日前に作ったこの画面。
He made that Tokyo Indie Fest screen 3 days ago.
これ先に見せてもいいですか？
Precision by Ricky.
ごめんね、先に見せちゃいたいこれ。
いや、いいんですよ、いいんですよ。いい。
これリキの画集としてこのカセットがイラスト集っていうもので今新しいものを出した。今日のイベントのために。
So this cartridge just happened to be in the Famicom, so he's going to show us this one first. It's basically a collection of his artwork inside of a Famicom cartridge is what he's done here.
Okay.
これ本当にファミコンっていうのがチープで、キラキラスターナイトの時もそうだったんだけど、どんだけチープかって見せたい。
So there's really very little that can fit inside of a Famicom cartridge.
Yeah.
So he's had to kind of struggle with his getting his artwork in there like that.
はいはい。今から行くよ。これ行くよ。はっ。ちょっと映んなかったなうまく。 本当でファミコンに使える領域っていうのを見せるから。
So what he's about to show us is basically a new feature that he has designed for the Famicom cartridge.
4回書き換えて1枚の絵にしてる。
So basically what's happening here is the Famicom can only display so much data at the same, it can only hold so much data at the same time. So what we're seeing here is the bottom part of the screen is all messed up, right? And the very top single quarter of the screen is showing you a picture.
Yeah.
So what he's done here is he has invented a way to show 4 times the amount of stuff on a single screen that a usual Famicom could actually show. So what we're seeing right there is on the very top of the screen is the only how can I explain it? That is everything that a Famicom can display. That top quarter right there.
Okay.
So that is the entire memory of the cassette, or it's the entire thing that it has the ability to display at one time.
Right.
Right.
And he's somehow like managed to like quadruple that.
Yes. So what's happening is it's flashing it's flashing a quarter of a single screen 64 times a second. 1秒で
60分の1の速度でこういう画像をパッ、これが本当のファミコン。これを1、2、3、4でブルルってやってる。こうブルルルって。
Yeah, so basically it's flashing a quarter of a single picture at a really fast speed so that it looks like it's a static picture, but it's actually not. And we can basically use 4 times the amount of memory that a usual cartridge can have.
Famicom is very very cheap.
Yeah, well, Famicom very very old as well.
そして見せます今から。
Okay, so now we're going to see Kira Kira Star Night in action, the original.
Yes. So this is the like a free no. Yeah, so this is the first version.
Yeah.
おー、できた。
これファーストバージョン。裏技もある。
So this is the first version, and he's got a couple of things that he's done here. Some new features that he's added to the regular Famicom cartridge.
これがキラキラスターナイトのファーストバージョンっていうのをみんなも画面に覚えててもらいたい。
So he wants you to see this first original version of his.
See, even this version looks amazing. For a
十分綺麗ですね。この画質が良くて。
曲とかも聴いてほしい。こんな曲は当時のファミコンにはない。
He really wants you to notice the music here as well. This kind of music is much more complex than most of the music was in the original Famicom cassettes.
Yes.
Cartridges. Sorry.
Do you want to talk about the music, like who made the music right now?
その音楽を作った人の話とかしますか？
ああ、彼は若いアーティストで名前をタッピー。His name is Tappy.
Tappy.
Yeah.
The person who composed the music is Tappy.
素晴らしいミュージシャン。
でしょ?
He's a wonderful musician, very young guy, very
Yes.
talented.
And so now I understand Tuppy, he didn't do the whole soundtrack, right?
スコアをやったのはそのタッピーさんだけではないですね。
5人のアーティストがこのファーストバージョンで手掛けている。
So 4 people worked on this original version of Kira Kira Star Night. I'm talking about the score, of course.
Okay.
みんなの才能が重なって出来上がって本当に良かった。名前を言っていく
So he's gonna. It's really thanks to the 4 of them that he was able to get such an amazing soundtrack, and he's gonna tell us their names right now.
ブン、ハリー、ロボカブト、タッピー。
ブン、アロー。
ハリー。
ハリー。お、ハリー。
Yeah.
はい。
I love 4人。それがキラキラスターナイトのメンバー。
Those 4 are the Kira Kira Star Night members.
さあここで新しいバージョンを見せます。
So now he wants to show you what he's done to improve this original version.
Yes. Like, because it wasn't enough to just make an awesome Famicom game. Now, it's like Ricky was driven to make this already awesome game even better. So, oh,
リセットリセットした時にバグるのがファミコンこれ本物
He likes that part where it bugs out right when you press the reset button.
めちゃめちゃアニメーションメニメニアニメーションユーズとファミコン 80% 使った
So you can see that there's that animation at the very intro screen.
Yes.
This single animation has used up 80% of the entire capacity of the cartridge here.
Did you hear that? It takes up 80% of the capacity of the Famicom, that one animation. すごい。
パワーアップしたところ他にもいっぱいパワーアップしてて
Yeah.
裏技を入る画面がある、これゲームセンター日本の
So he's modeled this after a Japanese game center. This is kind of the back menu.
上はクラブシーンになっててみんなで踊れるようにでっかいスピーカーがある
So the top floor you can see here has some big speakers. This is
like a
kind of a club area where people can dance.
ここからステージを見せていきます
So he's going to show us a couple stages of the game.
よーく地面を見るとこれが多重スクロールしてるんですけど俺もこの会場で海外の人といっぱい喋って覚えた、パララックスメニメニスクロールパララックス
Paradox. 上手だよ
He's talking about the you can see the floor here. It's scrolling in parallax, so the front is scrolling by faster than the back. So
Yes.
he's really proud that he learned the word parallax in English here at Tokyo Indie Fest. A lot of the Westerners have been teaching him some of the language that we use to describe this kind of thing.
Yes.
もう一個単語でいいものを覚えたのがある
He remembered. He learned another really cool English word since he's been here.
映すよ
He's going to show us right now what he's
okay.
talking about.
Okay.
This stage water UV scroll
So he's talking about the water in the background here.
日本だとラスタースクロールって言うんですよ、だけど UV スクロールっていうのがねUV UV スクロール
Yeah. So he's using a technique called UV scroll in the background to make that kind of watery effect that's happening back there, which normally would not have been possible for a Famicom cartridge.
That's what is so amazing about all of this is that, like, people like Ricky are still pushing the limits of the Famicom.
リキみたいな人が今でもそのファミコンの限界を超えようとしているのがすごいですね。
もうとことんやってやろうと思ってその I'm like parallax
私も
マジですか、これ1、2、3 parallax more parallax look
おおすごいよ
many parallax
looks very 3D effects.
Yeah more Yeah
Yeah
Now we've got loads of parallaxing.
Maximum parallax
Yeah なんかスーパーファミコンみたいなゲーム It looks like, because this is stuff that you would see like in like Super Nintendo games.
これ16段階に分かれてる、これを英語でなんだ16パララックス
Yes.
Max
It's amazing.
So yeah, the max amount of parallax that he can squeeze out of the system is 16 layers right now, basically.
I'm sure, Ricky. I'm sure soon you'll find a way to put more parallax layers
も
in
う
the
その
game.
うち16パララックスを超える、もうきっと超えますね。
いっぱい超えたい。最終面宇宙行っちゃうからね。どっか宇宙行きたいね。
he wants to make more somehow. He's gonna figure it out.
I'm sure.
パワーアップしたのがグラフィックすごくパワーアップしたんだけども、いいものを作りたかったすごく。だから素晴らしいミュージシャンを呼んだんだ。
He wanted to make really the best possible experience that he could, so he got the assistance of a lot of really incredible musicians. So he's basically he's revamped the soundtrack from the original edition.
Yes,
we were talking about the 4 people who made it before, but now he's He's going to tell us about some of the people that helped out with this one.
Please do.
紹介していってもいいんですね、じゃあ。
はい、いい。
これ見ながらやってもらえると多分いいと思う。ステージ1ミュージッククリエイターアーティスト、国本武明、代表作がこれ。
So on level 2, stage 1, he got basically Takeaki Kunimoto to do the music for. This guy is the composer of works like Star Soldier. These are original NES games.
Yes.
Star Soldier, Milan's Secret Castle, The Adventures of Dino Riki. Riki.
Yeah, Dino Riki.
Dino Riki. Yeah.
Starship Hector, Robo Warrior, JJ and Jeff. You might be familiar with some of those titles.
いくぞ。Let's go.
Yeah.
This is that music.
これ本人わざとスターソルジャーっぽくしてくれたの。
So Takeaki Kunimoto-san made this close to the Starship Hector soundtrack. He basically kind of
そうそう、スターソルジャーの方。
Star Soldier. Star Soldier. Sorry, for the Star Soldier soundtrack.
Yeah, it's 可愛い音楽。
Some of the
どんどん紹介していこうかな。2面の曲、ステージ2ミュージック、クリエイター、日本の、ジャパニーズチップチューンアーティスト、ジャパニーズ YMCK バンド、余村隆。
Yokemura Takashi has made games such has been the composer for games such as Family Music, Family Racing, YMCK Songbook, Family Genesis, Downtown, Family Day.
加入がないでしょなんかずっと英語で、he already said like everything in English because it's so funny. Like we don't even need a translator.
I know, it's like I should just fade out and let Ricky do his thing here.
No. But なんかリキの英語は上手になる。
伝わってる？伝えたい。3日間とかビットサミットで出た時も、8日間 English Talk 4 days。
Every time he comes to these conferences, he gets lots of English practice. Like last year, he was at Bit Summit doing his thing for 4 days. Right?
発音がちょっと良くなった。Parallax。
Parallax.
He's been working on his pronunciation of parallax.
It is difficult.
Yeah.
So YMCK.
Yeah. Music. Yeah. Let's play. Now. Go. 英語でなんていうのかわかんないけど、ちょっとおしゃれな感じだな。
So this particular song, in his opinion, it's pretty cool. Cool sounding.
Wow. I honestly love chiptune music. So it's amazing that you were able to gather so many amazing chiptune artists to contribute music to your game. Okay, done.
もうこんなにすごい人を集めて一緒に協力してもらえたのがもう本当にすごいですね。もう骨がたくさんあります。
まあ夢のアメージングドリームっていうのがね、アメージングだね。自分もこんな風になると思わなくて、でやっぱこの表現がみんなが手伝ってくれた理由だとも思います。
It really was a dream for him to be able to get so many amazing people to work on the project with him. He never thought that he was going to get such an amazing response from the community to help him out with making such a great game.
Yes. Now I heard, なんか噂で、I heard that many of the musicians like live next to you. なんか力の近くに、住んでますか？
みんな遠いですし、
遠い？
バラバラのところに住んでます。でも東京の方に住んでる方とかはお会いできました。
Yeah, everyone's actually living really far away from each other, but he's been able to meet up with the people who are living in Tokyo face to face.
これね、今一番聞かせたいのがステージ3's music.
So he really wants us to hear stage 3's music the most of all.
ケイノユリコさん、she make debut Dig Dug Dragon Bust。ミラコーミュージック、89年にもうゲームの音楽作ってない方なのに作ってくださったんです、新曲を。ものすごいこれ聴かせたいみんなに。 ゲーム音楽は作ってないです。
So this Keino-san, she has not been making any music ever since 1989, but she came out of her hiatus to make music especially for this game.
嘘だろ。
Yeah.
ちょっと待って。And the games that she has contributed music for are like Xevious, Dig Dug, Dragon Buster, Pac-Mania, Fozon,
Yeah.
and Super Pac-Man, and Pac-and-Pal. So, なんかすごく人気があるmusician でしょ？ She's that's amazing.
本物の。じゃあみんなにも聞いてもらおう。
Here we go. Let's have a listen.
Yeah. Let's play. は。
うわすごいよね。
面影があるでしょ。ゼビウスとかの。もうこれを真似できる人がいない。
So this has to remind you of the Xevious soundtrack. It's very similar.
真似できない強烈な個性ですよ。これは。
This kind of music couldn't have been done by anyone else besides the original creator.
オンリーワンってやつだね。これが。
Like you can tell her style like right away.
クールミュージック。もっともっと聞かせたい。ネクストどんどんいっちゃうよ。
Okay, he's gonna share one more with us.
続きましょう。
ステージ4ミュージック、ハリー。ジャパン、日本ではハリーはおじさんなのにアイドルって言われてる。
The next guy, his name is Harry. He's kind of this old guy, but they call him an idol here in Japan.
Yeah.
He's so popular, even though he's just this kind of old guy.
Amazing.
聞かせるよ。
Here we go. Let's give it a listen.
彼の音楽のすごいところはこの中の曲で、PCM っていうのを使わないでヘビーな音を実現できたの。
So the amazing characteristic of this next guy's music is that he didn't use a PCM and he was able to produce really low noise that is not normally producible by Famicom.
Really?
Yeah.
それをぜひ楽しんでほしい。
Wow.
So let's take a listen to this kind of low, heavy noise that he's been able to create.
いくよ。GO!
ベースはすごいよ。
音圧が重い。
It's much thicker than you usually would be able to produce.
So, like, not only Ricky is pushing the capabilities of the Famicom, but people like Harry are still pushing the capabilities musically.
リキだけではなくて、もう他の人たちもこのファミコンの限界を超えようとしているんですね。
これはすごい。今の曲も超えようとしてるし、かつてやってた方もやっぱり新しい可能性で作ってくれてる。それがもうすごく嬉しい。
So he's getting all of these people who were the original people who worked on Famicom games, and now they're coming back and they're wanting to do more and push the boundaries with him.
Yes. And can we just read off the games that Harry had worked on? どこで？ハリは
ハリーはここに書いてない。
ここに書いてない。
ここに流れてる曲もハリーが作ってる。
Oh, okay. On the level select screen.
So the select string music here is also done by him. あの人がもう最初やってたゲームのタイトルで言えば題名で言えば何がありますか？
なんだっけな。ハリさん、日本のアンドロイドで出てるゲームでシューティング勇者とかやってる。
He's worked on some Android games like Shooting Hero, Shooting Yusha, games that have been released here in Japan actually.
3DS とかにもやってるんだけど、ホームページにウィキホームページに載ってんだけど、ちょっと今パッと出なかったな。
So you can actually check all of this information out on Ricky's homepage.
Okay, and please tell us your homepage. Yeah.
アドレスは何ですか？ HP のアドレス。
http ricky2ricky.com
ricky2ricky.com 2はもう数字の2ですね。So Ricky and then the number 2 and then Ricky. R-I-K-I is Ricky.
Right. So Ricky2ricky.com
見てねっていう。
そうぜひ見てよ
他の人もどんどん紹介していきたいな。3D の曲、まあ曲はこれぐらいか、まあでもちょっとざっと短く曲を紹介していくよ、ミュージシャンたちすごいんで。
So he wants to just introduce the rest of the musicians really quickly.
Please do. 続きましょうよ。
小城友情、ステージ5ミュージック、イースセブンスドラゴン、これ英語で言わないとわかんないな。
Streets of Rage.
Genesis, Revenge of Shinobi. Genesis, Street of Rage.
Yes. Yes. So it's Koshiro Yuzo.
Koshiro Yuzo.
Koshiro Yuzo.
Yuzo Koshiro.
Okay, Yuzo Koshiro. So and they did the music for ActRaiser.
Yeah, ActRaiser.
Ys, and Streets of Rage, The Revenge of Shinobi, The Seventh Dragon, and Etrian Odyssey Untold. So,
Let's go.
When his fans hear this, they instantly know that this was made by him, Koshiro-san.
内部的な話をすると、小城さんのプログラムが一番美しかった。
So, kind of inside the developer team, they've kind of decided that they feel like this track might be one of the best.
It's like the most beautiful track, really. It is great. It is. You know what? I agree.
Next is music creator 塩田信之日本でめちゃめちゃプレミアになってるゲームソフトサマーカーニバルレッカー、9万円の音楽の人
This is a really famous person in Japan, even right now, a famous composer in Japan who's worked on this game here, Sama Carnival Lekka.
有名だね、他のやつも海外、日本で出てないこの人たちのこの塩田さんのゲームが、ISO Warriors, Bride Fighter, Low G-Man, Kickmas, G.I. Joe, Rare American Hero.
Which I know some of those games, like Low G-Man, Kickmaster, Bride Fighter, and G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero.
Right? Very pop.
なんかハッピーな感じが。
このハワイっぽい絵がね。
あ、そう。
So he's kind of the image of Hawaii here in the background.
朝焼けのハワイ。
This is the Hawaiian sunrise here.
Okay. いいんですよね。It's
これで
unbelievable.
ゲームができて嬉しい。サマーカーニバルレッカーがすごく好きだったから。
He loves that game, Summer Carnival Rekka.
Oh, okay. Wow.
どんどんいっちゃうよ。
次
Next Music、ステージ7、渡辺康久さん、メタルブラック先行のロンドやってる。これが代表作。
This you can see here, Yasuhisa Watanabe. This guy has made some of these really famous games like Metal Black and
先行のここ見たらわかるかな。ストリートファイター EX、
Street Fighter EX.
エレベーターアクションリターン、これグロー、ルナーク、タイトミュージシャン、メーカーのミュージックの。AC
この AC ってどういう意味ですか？
Arcade games. Okay, so yeah, because some of those I don't recognize, but Street Fighter EX. よくしてる。そう。いいよ。聞きましょう。はい。Sorry.
Cute sounding song.
I'm still amazed by the parallax as well.
メリメリパララックス。
Yeah, yeah.
いや、ボンボンいっちゃうよまた。じゃあ次は。
Okay. Oh.
時間はい。 お長かった。
さっき音がちょっと切れたので、もう一回さっきの音楽を聴かせてください。
お願いします。
いや、
お願いします。
いくよー。タイ。このニューっていうところが流れ星っぽく作ってる。
So there was like a pew 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 auto earlier. That was to kind of imitate a shooting star.
Yes, I liked your translation there. Like,
I think I said this earlier, but in case the audio wasn't going, this guy Yasuhisa-san is a really detail-oriented composer, and he composed the track specifically to match with the atmosphere of the backgrounds here.
じゃあ次はね、またすごい話をするよ。次は並木学って言ってドドンパチエスプガルートケーブシューティングゲームミュージックメイクした人なんだけど、この人はトリッキーなことをやりすぎて、ファミコンがバグった。
So this next artist that we're going to hear from, he's got, you can see the works here, lots of arcade game works, but he tries to do lots of tricky stuff with the hardware.
Okay.
And he actually sometimes just goes a little bit overboard, and things kind of bug out.
Really?
But we'll see.
処理が重かった。
Sometimes it's too difficult to process, but we'll see what happens here.
Really? So you're saying sometimes the Famicom can't play the music because it's too complex?
複雑すぎて時々ファミコンはもう追いつけないっていうケースも場合もあるんですね。
昔追いつかなかった。今追いつくように作ってある。このすごい聞いてほしいところは最初のドゥルッドゥドゥーンっていうドゥーンっていう音がね、他で聞いたことない音が流れるからみんなに聞いてほしい。
Okay, so the original Famicom would have bugged out, but they've kind of done some things in the background to make it so that it can do more than it was able to do before.
Wow.
So he really wants us to hear this first sound.
はい。行きましょう。
すごいよく聞いて最初の方でバグった。いくよ。今の。もう一回いくから。もう一回いくよ。
One more time. That first sound.
かっこいい。
So cool.
並木さんの新曲がファミコンで聴けるとは思わなかった。
He never thought he'd be able to hear a new song from Namiki-san on the Famicom ever again.
Yes. In your
But he
own
did
game.
it.
たまんねえな。なんつったらいいんだ。今の若いアーティストなんだけど、イケてる。
So he's a young, new artist on the scene, but what he does is he uses the Famicom like a musical instrument in certain ways, like increasing the speed of the moving components to make new sounds.
Really?
今から流す曲もファミコンっぽくない新しい雰囲気のかっこいい曲が流れる。
So we're going to hear something that has never been heard before on Famicom equipment.
いくよ。ガオ。早い。
It's just really fast. The speed is quite fast.
Wow. It's like Famicom Hard Rock.
そう今までになかったこんなのがファミコンで聴けるっていうのがもう嬉しい。
There's never been anything like this before on the Famicom.
かっこいい。
Wow. It fits the final level very well.
最後のステージにふさわしい音楽ですね。
思う。タッピーに伝えとく。
He'll let Tappy know.
お願いします。
もう紹介できたよ全員のミュージシャンのことを。
Wow.
Yeah, so that makes up all the musicians that participated in this project.
I'm speechless. なんか何も言えないって the kanji. It's so amazing that I can't say it clearly, but it's just it's so. And I don't know if Dan can translate, but like it's infectious. You can tell that you did all this because you love like chiptune music and gaming culture so much.
もう力さんがこういうのを作っているというのはもう本当にこういうのが大好きでこの愛があってこそこうできたっていう風にもうすぐ分かる見たらすぐ分かるっていう
嬉しい
now has Nintendo thanked you for
Nintendo から何か連絡は来てますか？
何にもやってないんで勝手に作っちゃったから好きすぎてもう出したいよねこういうのはねまあ、夢の夢だけど
He's rogue. He's totally rogue from
yes.
Nintendo.
Yes.
Maverick.
And I understand you didn't do it for the thank you from Nintendo.
もう Nintendo から何かこう言われてほしいとかそういう理由でやってるわけではないというのは分かる。
好きなだけで作ったからでも作るからには本気でやらなきゃダメだって思った。
You really have to go all out if you want to make something like this that goes above and beyond what the Famicom can do.
Yes. Now, I want to ask, I'm sure there are people out there who would like to play this game or own this game. Is there anywhere where people can play this game?
このゲームを購入手に入ることはできますか？もう欲しいと思えば。
今年の年末にはなんかみんなの手に入るようにしたいって思ってる。
He wants to release this publicly before the end of this year, if possible.
ただファーストバージョンっていうのは今でも海外からペイパルで買える。
So the first version of this game you can buy you can purchase right now. That you can purchase this right now, even not inside of Japan but outside of Japan as well.
どうぞどうぞ。
中にサインが
おーすごい。
CD ロンの中に Windows で動くエグゼと NES ファイルのイメージが入ってる。
So if you purchase this book, it comes with a CD that has a version of the game that runs on the PC, as well as an image of the NES version.
あとイケてるミュージシャンのサウンドトラックがいっぱい入ってる。
It also has the soundtrack with all this music that he's been showing us.
おすすめです。
He really recommends it.
Yes, and the book title is Kira Kira Star Night Perfect Book.
Yeah, Kira Kira Star Night Perfect Book.
The name is Kira Kira Star Night Perfect Book.
The perfect book.
54人の絵描きを呼んでおります。
So he's called up 54 manga artists, famous manga artists, who have all contributed their artwork in this Kira Kira Star Night Perfect Book.
Yes.
有名な漫画家とかをジャパニーズフェイマスクリエイターグラフィッカーアニメーター呼んだらもう54人呼んで同人誌作ったらもうこれだけで赤字だね。
So are they all your friends? Is that how you got them to do the artwork?
みんな友達関係でやってくれてるんですか？
みんなゲームが好きで参加してくださった素敵なクリエイターです。
Everybody likes the idea of this game. They really like games, and so that's why they participated in this with him.
でしょ。That's of course they did because it's such a cool thing that you've done. I was going to ask, where can you purchase this book?
この本はどこから買えるんですか？
今リキホームページに行くとキラキラスターナイトのイングリッシュページを作ったちゃんとしたページをでそれは今来てる通訳のギャビンが作ってくれた翻訳をだから完璧。
So he's worked with actually my friend and one of the translators here at TIF, Gavin Green, to make an English version of his homepage at ricky2ricky.com. And so the English is obviously done by a native, and you can go there and you can purchase this book.
Yes.
そのトップページからイングリッシュページのトップページから買えるページにリンクしてある。
So there's a link on the English page that you can use to purchase this book.
Okay. So it's still the book is only available in Japanese.
今のところはこの本は日本語だけですね。
冬に出すやつはこのバージョンの英語翻訳にしたテキストを CD に入れる。
So this Christmas, he's going to make an English version of this book, and it's going to be available on his website.
だから今のうちに買ってて損はないっていう。この中に入ってる音楽は次のやつには入らない。
So he says that the soundtrack that's available with this Japanese version will not be available with the English version.
Oh.
So you might want to buy it now if this is what you're interested in.
Okay.
日本で売るバージョンのやつはもう売り切れちゃったんで、その海外向けに売ってる通販だけしか在庫がないから、早いもん勝ちだよって。
So right now he's running lower and lower on stock. So it's kind of a first come first serve thing whether you're going to be able to actually get all of this in one package.
Which, yes, I would say get in on that. And yes, I would just like to say that, yes, Gavin, doing the English translation, very cool guy. He's been is he basically in charge of the interpretation of the event?
Yeah, he's organizing the interpretation of the event.
He's one of the event organizers. Very cool guy, and I'm just blown away by the whole project. Ricky, thank you very much for coming on the stream. Is there anything you wish to say to everyone watching out there?
もう来てくれてありがとうございます。最後に何か皆さんに一言伝えたいことあったら今のうち。
あまりにもファミコンが好きすぎて作ってるんだけれども、また今ちょっと遊びの実験を作ってるから、何か発表できると思う。
So he just loves the Famicom so much. He can't break away from it. He can't break away from what he's doing. And he wants to say that he's working on something else right now. He's working on another thing that's going to push the limits of the Famicom. I have no idea how, but he's going to be announcing it soon, he says.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. They're working on another Famicom game.
Yeah.
Wow.
最後に一回 3D の画面だけ見せたいね。なんかもう時間ないかな？ないか、やめとこう。でも本当に今度また見せたい機会があったら、それホームページとかでなんか載っけていきたいと思います。
So he's got he even has stuff that he hasn't shown us today that's included in some of these cartridges, other ways that he's pushed the system. He really wants to show everyone. We don't necessarily have a lot of time today, I suppose, but
we could. I was gonna say if you really want to show it, we have time, but we probably should call
okay.
it.
He's thinking that he wants to put up something on his homepage about some of the other stuff that he's managed with the hardware. So we'll be able to see it soon online, I think.
I am going to check it out. So, but thank you very much, Ricky, for joining us. Keep being awesome, and I can't wait to see your next Famicom project.
もう次何が出てくるのか見るのはものすごく楽しみです。
楽しみにしていてください。
Please look forward to it.
I am. So, thank you very much, and that pretty much does it for our coverage here from Tokyo Indie Fest. I hope to see the event become an annual thing. If for no other reason, just so I can see Ricky's next Famicom game, like a line-in, like next year. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you, Ricky, for joining us. And
ありがとう。
do you want to maybe Ricky? I could give you the last word.
じゃあこれで生放送が終わるんですけど、最後のその締めの言葉をリキさんにお願いしたいということです。
お、マジで。
Take it away.
Let's game play together.
Yes, absolutely.
English. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Look, thank you. Bye.